Mic test, mic test. Oh, I blew my own ears out on that mic test. Okay, good morning. You know what sucks? Let's get into it. Pleasantries aside. Hey, good morning, Sir Joseph. You know what sucks about trend days for a lot of people? Is you look at the chart, you say it's gone up so much, the risk reward favors a short. And you're right. You're absolutely, positively right. It's gone up so much, and so as a mean reversion trader, you think, if I short from here, maybe it'll retrace X amount, right? But the probabilities of success for that short are very low. It's a perfect example of why on trend days, well, maybe not on trend days, but it's a perfect example of low probability, high risk reward, and why it's difficult to trade. So I long ago learned, you get a trend day, and we're in a trend day, you don't just short. And here's one of the problems with trend days as well, is that they lull you into trades. You're like, well, I'm short, I'm going to get short here. And they pull back a little, and maybe you add to that short, right? And then it bounces quickly, right back to the middle of the range, you're about break even. But trend days, they crawl up. They crawl up slowly. And so they lull you into a sense of, well, this thing isn't super volatile. It's not ripping straight up and taking out my stops. Maybe I'll add to my position. And then you add to your position, and now you're in a bigger short. And now maybe you're in an uncomfortable position because you're too big for what you should be. But you got suckered in to shorting because of the lack of volatility, right? The lack of price spiking a lot in a short amount of time. And so you think to yourself, I'll be okay. I'll just keep adding to this position. But here's the kicker. The more you add, newbie trader, the more other newbie traders are also likely adding on a trend day. And guess what? The more they push price up on little volatility, the more they hit all your stops, all the way to the close. And you're like, but it's a bear market. Yeah. You know what? Bear markets have some of the most vicious short covering rallies known to man and woman. This is just how the markets are. And if you're new to the markets and you're trying to short a trend day, let me be the first here today, potentially, to tell you, when the market trends up on low volatility and it's just grinding up, don't step in front of the train. Buy pullbacks on a trend day with defined risk. You have a much higher probability of success, despite the market having moved so high. Or stay out. I'm going to share that some of my biggest losing days have come on trying to fade trend days. Good evening, Alfred. I always get a kick out. I always get a kick out of you because you always say good evening. So, good morning, good evening. Hey, GP. Yeah, sorry, buddy. It's this happens to the best of us. And I just told my wife before I came in. I said, I took Globex trades last night. I enjoyed the market tremendously last night as we pushed back for a third time into settlement to the upside, and I took it off before the trend line on a 5-minute chart. All of that's posted on Twitter, but that was how I played it, right? When price comes back to a point, so let's say, right, you have a double top, and then price like makes a higher low, right? Let's say some sort of cup and handle or something, right, which is often also a pennant, right? And it comes back up to that double top for the third time. I typically, if price is going back for a third time, think that it's going to go explore higher and see what reaction it gets above that level. So some people are fans of like, triple tops. Not me. If anything, when price goes back for a third time, I'm a fan of breakouts, not triple tops. I think triple tops are the exception, not the rule. Here we go, just grinding up. Like, but, it's gone too far. No. It's a trend day. What are you doing? What are you doing shorting a trend day? Continually shorting. This is coming from an experienced trader. Don't short trend days. If you're in shorts, this is not financial advice. Define your risk and play tiny. Don't make it a big losing day. Make it a tiny losing day on a trend day. You're trying to fade it or something. You see this level up here on a footprint? 517. Naked volume point of control, naked time point of control, and 517 half gap. It is useful to know what happened before that. Right? Go look at your chart. Go look at a 30. So right now, go look at a 30-minute chart that includes about 2.5, 3 weeks of data. And you'll know we're coming up half gap. First time we've gotten there. All right. And you'll also know that we have a gap above into 40 to, let's see, 4083 or so. Let's see, where's that gap? 49, maybe 4090. Let's see. We'll do this. Move it out. Right there. Right there. 4084.75. Well, it wasn't even. I guess that was close, relatively speaking. Anyway, I know I rant a little bit. Good morning, Emmanuel. Yeah, Daniel, it's a stinky, slow grind. This is a trend day. That's it, not Daniel. Danil Yefremov. Yep, that is it. Anyway, if you have been shorting a trend day, you probably don't want to hear shit from anybody right now. You're like, F all of you. I'm YOLOing this short. I don't care. But I want to let you know something, that there's a lot of you out there like that right now. A lot of you. And you're like, what? How does he know that it's me? Because I've been trading long enough and I know this is how the trading mind, you get this breakout and it's the first breakout day. It's the first big up day. Everybody wants to short it. That's why you get trend days. The bigger money's buying, and they know that the little money they're always in disbelief the first day. So you remember the rule, the 3-day rule that I talked about? Well, some of you are new, but I've long talked about this thing called the 3-day rule, and it comes from legendary futures trader Marty Schwartz, Pitbull. There's a book called Pitbull. He calls it the 3-day rule. And he says, the first day, we're talking about a selling day. The smart money selling. The second, the semi-smart. And by the third day, the dunces have finally figured it out, right? So we use that to form a principle about the third day or the third trend line tap or, sets of 3, right? Where it's obvious to all participants. But we could also focus on what he says about the first day. right? The legend, Marty Schwartz, what does he say? The first day, smart money. So smart money's buying today. Dumb money's selling today. And if you're stuck in a trend day shorting, I see this over and over and over and over. I've been on that end myself. You know, when the market moves in a pattern to the downside and you get the first big day and it breaks trend lines and blah, 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 blah. Okay, look on a daily chart. Look at the trend line. Here, I guess I got to move it over to a daily chart because, all right, there you go. So top left, see this trend line? Broken. See it's a rule of three? We talked about this. 1, 2, 3. Breaking it. What? 3 taps. 1, 2. Clear. Right? 3. Now we're coming up. All right. This is a little gap. We sold off. Now we're breaking. We're breaking this trend. Now every first day. Dumb money. Oh, I'll be right back. Sorry for the interruption there. So I don't remember what I was talking about, but oh yeah, daily, daily. So here's the 30-minute chart. Here's that daily trend line we've broken. Here's the gap that we're half gap here about there. Prior weeks, developing point of control right above us. A decent spot for the market to potentially pull back. But again, trend day. You wanna be dumb? Don't sell on the first day. You're like, but, good risk reward, low probability. Good risk reward trade, low probability of success. Let me just tell you, you are the majority retail trader if you're thinking, I just want to fade it today. You can wait. You can wait for a bunch of sideways and sellers to absorb and then to break a level. You don't have to step in front of the train. I'm trying to save you guys money. Not make you money, save you money. What is up, G Trader? Appraiser guy. Good morning. It was a very good morning. Um, I haven't. I've watched markets all morning. I traded last night, so I made my shekels for today last night, and so I'll just share exactly what I've been thinking about the last few days. Number one, sentiment as I track it on Twitter and in other places has gotten very bearish. We've got the Ackmans of the world, everyone confident about the trend now. Everyone. Or the bulls are questioning everything. So not even sure what to do anymore. Typically, when you get sentiment to that place, you don't want to be initiating new shorts. Doesn't mean you go long, but you don't want to be initiating shorts. So did I go long? No, I did not. So I'm very wary. And I'm not trading tomorrow. And it's a little psychology. And because of what's happening with sentiment, I really don't want to have a bad losing day today and then go on vacation tomorrow. It's not really vacation, going to a wedding, but you know, it's kind of like a little mini vacation. First time traveling with the 4-month-old, so it's going to be fun. And it's been a while since we've just been out of the house, you know, pregnant wife, all that good stuff. You know, so you have kids, you know how it is. So I didn't really want to wake up this morning, and if I was uncertain about the market, I did not want to get chopped up. So I've been watching all day today, but I made my money last night, and so I'm very content to have a day where I sit on my hands, watch the market, and maybe play some micros, but wait for the setup. You know what? By the way here, you see this candlestick chart here on this right side? Of course you do. All right. Let's double click this. By the way, you know, my Sierra chart performance issues, right, that I've been experiencing the last few days with OBS going, they all went away when I turned off my market depth historical graph. For whatever reason, I've known that for a long time, that study was just, either I have it set up wrong, or it's a very poorly written study for performance, right? Maybe a little of both. I don't know. I've long had issues with performance in the market depth. It slows everything down in a weird way for me. Well, it just slows everything down. That's just what it is. Anyway, turned it off. Everything's back to being nice and what do you call it? Just chipper, right? It's just moving, yeah, just going well. God, look at this volume. Just watching this here. Slow grind, slow grind. Anyway, so that was my main issue. So I got it kind of sorted out here with OBS. Stupid market depth historical graph. Heat maps in general on platforms that maybe it's not its main focus. I don't know. Bookmap runs into performance issues once in a while, doesn't it? Right? But on every platform that I've tried, all their heat maps always slow things down. I don't know. So it's not just Sierra chart. Don't want to just pick on them. Let me have some water. I'm drinking water from a cup that says, and I ordered this. Well, of course I ordered it somewhere. Anyway, the cup says, the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. That's what my cup says right here in front of me. Good. It's a good thing to remember as you trade every day and as you invest. So if you're too impatient on your trades, Emmanuel Santos, this applies to you. Anyway, any guys Elliott wave chartists out there? Let's do it. Zinc, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 3, 5. But if you guys know anything about wave patterns, 5 is often the parabolic phase. Setting up that way. Now, the question is, do you have some resistance? God, I want to short so bad. So bad. Only because of this up here. Half gap. Yet we're in a trend day, and there's really nothing on my footprint suggesting that's the wise thing to do. Here, let's go back to the footprint. All right, there we go. No shekels for me today. None. Open P&L 0. Close P&L 0 on both the ES and the NQ. NQ blue, ES green. Oh, yay. All right. TFT, good morning to you. Hey, buddy. Panama, it's going well. How are you doing? So disciplined. G Trader says, "Don't talk too much. You're gonna miss your trade. Focus on the trade." Thank you, Sensei. Let's see. Discipline says, "Took 2 shorts and lost 20 points. It could have been worse." That's right. That's right, buddy. Good job for not piling in. Like I said. Sorry. So Lewis, if you're watching the screen, the stream, it's the hand tool, my friend. It's the hand tool. So you just Google Sierra chart and hand tool. You will find what you're looking for. It's in, I don't even know where it's in, to be honest. I don't know how to add the hand tool to a chart right now because it's been in my control bar for so long. I don't know where it's located in the menu. But there's somebody asking from one of my old videos. He's like, how the heck do you drag your candles around the chart? It's the hand tool. That's what it is. Right? Like this. That's the hand tool. You see how it turns into a little hand when I click on it? Right? You see the hand? That's the hand tool. Don't know where it's at. Probably like tools something, but it's the hand tool. All right. All right. Where the hand tool is now off. Oh, no, it's still on. See? All right. Freedom sales. The handsome devil says, load up the boat. Yeah, buddy. If you guys don't know, Freedom Sales sells the best cell phones in all of the country. Gold plated, diamond plated, lots of pink little hearts, rainbow hearts all over the phones. He does phone customization in his basement. It's amazing. Freedom Sales, right up there in the chat. Freedom Sales says, load up the boat long. Yeah, buddy. Clark Kent themed phones. Yeah. Just load up the boat here on the NAS, buy the pullback. Look, just buy the pullback. Sell it up here, buy the fullback, keep going. The rookies are still shorting. It doesn't matter where a price is. They just keep selling and buying. And just keep going in one direction all day. Why? Because it's a trend day. Everybody acts the same on trend days. They short it. They're weak hands. They capitulate. They rebuy. So every time you capitulate into their asks, and they keep buying, and you're trapped again. But the price is so high, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like you're flying in outer space with not near any planets or stars. Well, you'd be really cold. But let's just say you have a really cool spaceship, right? So there's no gravity around you. Does it matter that you've flown 1 light year today? It'd be a lot, but does it matter that you've flown 1 light year today? There's no gravity. Doesn't matter how far you go, right? You've been propelled through almost gravityless space, right? There's a black hole maybe in the galaxy that you're in, but its effect on you is nil short term, right? It's imperceptible, right? Does it matter that you've gone a long distance in your spaceship? Like, I'm far from Earth. I've got to loop back around now. Mean reversion. Nope. Gravity doesn't exist right now. We're just going up. You're like, okay, the way he's talking, this is signs of a top. Short it. No, it's just a trend day. That's all it is, guys. It's just a trend day. I'm not talking about the market's going up forever. I'm talking about a trend day. If you catch the top and the trend day reverses, oh my gosh, ice baby on the NASDAQ. You see that? Or was that ice? Let's see. Right there? Yeah, it looked like it could have been. Or was that a big lot? I don't know. Rookies! It's like, oh gosh, what's that? The way I said rookies makes me think of, the movie Cars? Remember Doc? Hey, rookie! Alright, I'm the old guy now saying, hey, rookie, don't short the trend day. Rookie. Anyway, what are you gonna do? Good morning, Dave. Thank you. Great to hear, Emmanuel. TYP, a science guy. If I were to set up an altar in my home and hero worship, I would have a Carl Sagan shrine. He's my favorite person. TFT, it's because of what I talked about at the outset of the stream, right? It's you go from volatility to hardly any volatility on the upside, and so it induces you, right? And then once it makes what looks like a huge impulse and you get a shallow pullback, that shallow pullback kind of gets everybody going, oh, yeah, okay, it is business as normal. Let's play this two-way market, right? And then on a trend day, if we rally from that shallow pullback, right, say off the 10 SMA, which is what we did today, and we keep going, everybody's now induced because, the moves are just, the selling has been turned off, right? So we're just grinding up. And that kind of price action is very different than what you've experienced the preceding days. And it's part of why, and I know I'm a broken record. I know I am. But it's also why I constantly say that one of the hardest things with trading, gosh, I'm a broken record. Here we go. Is adapting to market change and behavior. If the market was the same every single day, we'd all have it figured out. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a high volatility market to a low volatility market. I'm talking from a sideways market to a trending market. Oh man, Andre, deep bows. You are amazing, sir. Thank you very, very, very much. I am grateful and humbled by your contributions. Um, you are locking me into this treadmill for another hour at least. You could probably pay me $10 an hour to talk about markets. You could probably not pay me and I'd talk about markets, but Andre, I do appreciate it. So TFT, changes in the market state. It's yeah, but it's not it's more these broad changes where you go from trend to non-trend, sideways, no volatility, and it's the close of one day and the open of the next day where it has changed and you're still thinking about everything that happened in the from the preceding days and your brain is biased to, well, I'm going to play these patterns that have given success and have given me probability in recent days. And what traders struggle with, and myself included, is saying, okay, VIX has changed, VIX is lower, the price action today has changed a little bit, right? What does selling shut off mean? So, for example, right here in the market, what just happened? We came down to the 10. You see this? This yellow line is a 10, and they just market bought it. They swept the book straight back up, what? 6 ticks? Right? And now we're grinding again, right? Volume per second is fairly high here, but we're grinding again, right? That behavior where you come to a level and a market buy it straight up, and then the market just hangs out and keeps slowly grinding up or grinding sideways for a while. It's pretty different than what you've experienced the last week. Right? So, does that activity look different on your DOM and on your time in sales? Yeah, it does. But the market goes through moments intraday where you get volatility, then it contracts. You get volatility, and then it contracts. And so you get lulled into, oh, well, here comes the volatility again. On a day like today, you get contraction and then expansion. And the expansion typically occurs on lower-ish volatility. Right? I mean, look at ATRs today, right? What is it about? 14 period ATR, what is it? All right, if we just look at the candles, what is it? 5 or 6? 4 or 5 or 6? Maybe 4? I don't even know. I'm just looking at it. Right? So 14 period. Okay, so 40, 48. What's about an average size candle? Here to here? So what? 4.5? On 14 period 5-minute ATR? That's different, and yet we're grinding up. How are you going to adjust to that? How are you going to notice that? How are you going to anticipate that the market has made that change? So, I talked about this really early in the stream, and maybe some of you didn't really think it was that important, but it is. When the sentiment shifts and everyone gets confident about the downside, and folks like Bill Ackman get really loud in the news, okay? And all the bulls you follow, all of them, are saying things like, well, I wouldn't sell, but I wouldn't buy. If we rally a little, I'm not going to short it. So they're just uncertain about the market, but they're typically bulls. You have a sentiment shift. And around that, you need to, your spidey senses should be absolutely going bonkers. And you should be going, okay, let me just not lose a bunch of money in the next day or two. And that's it. Because that transition point from when the market breaks trend or starts behaving differently, it's where investors or traders lose a bucket load of money. So it's okay to lose money when you're finally wrong with the current trend. That's normal. But what you don't want to do during that transitionary period is back up the bus, right? You don't want to or back up the truck and say, all in. I'm making my stand here because what's happened before this has been consistently happening, and now I'm induced to be overconfident on the first or second day, right? And that's where people ruin their careers. That's where they blow up their accounts. So, if you want to be doing this a long time, when you get to that point, don't trade bigger, trade smaller. And it's okay not to make trades. It's okay to sit back and go, let me see if I can get my bearings. There will be another opportunity, right? Today's not your final. Today isn't your one shot, your one opportunity, right? Slim Shady. It's not. Anyway. Discipline says, buy puts. The market will be back at lows next week. Discipline, nothing wrong with, I don't know if you're joking or not, but nothing wrong with buying puts when they get cheaper. Just don't go all in. Not trading advice, but don't go all in. Right? Defined risk. That's all. That's what I'm suggesting. Don't get too bold when the market has broken trend. And you need to be aware of when the market has broken trend. Right? I mean, again, we had that daily trend line in. It's now below us. We've broken that, right? So it's kind of like intraday bottoms, right? Right? Market's trending, whoosh. All right, here's 1, 3, 5, right? This is Elliott wave. And then we get a little whoosh, sideways, right? And then we get what? Oh boy, can I do this on a treadmill? I don't know, probably not. But anyway, we get a trend line. And then we're like, oh, hey, more of the same, bear flag. And then we break out. Okay? We're here right now on the daily chart. Right? We're somewhere in this area, right? There's still some, maybe this pullback is deeper. There's still some resistance. There's a gap up here, right? There's still some resistance. But you're right here on a trend day going, it's gone too far. But the clues are that you have had, essentially, a 135 Elliott wave on the daily chart. And now you're like, hey, I keep seeing this pattern 1, 2, 3 times. Now we're at lows. Hey, I'm confident about the pattern. Well, you've gotten lulled to sleep as a trader. As a human being, you are now in the mode of, I see a pattern, and the pattern's going to repeat. And I'm now more confident than ever that that pattern is going to continue. That's about the point that most traders get wrecked. Why? Because the pattern is apparent to every numbnuts in the world because we now have threes. We've got waves going. And now all the retail side sees the pattern. And then it's getting loud in the news, and the trend continues for a few days to the downside, and everyone's emboldened. Well, now it's time for markets to move more than you expect to the upside. And you know what? Trying to pick that top is a recipe for disaster on a trend day. So as much as I want to get short here at halfback, there's no reason for me to do that, right? Like having to go bathroom really bad while you're driving on a long trip. You pee in your cup if you're a guy, and then you throw all of your urine out the window because you're like, I gotta get rid of this urine in the car. And it splatters right back in your face. Look, you can be patient. You don't have to throw the urine out as you're driving right away. So, right now, you're trying to short this, be patient. You don't have to short it right away. Don't essentially piss in the wind today. Don't do it. Not financial advice. Hey, Tony K. Hello, Tony K. What was your P&L yesterday? Can you tell me? I remember you, Tony. That's okay. The mental image, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, but not sorry. Anyway, so we're here. No trade. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. No trade for me. So we're right here on a daily, right? Daily time frame is what this all is. And y'all are saying, don't worry, buy puts. It's going to be down here next week. Why? Because of all this. And you know what? Think about the intraday chart patterns, right? Think about them. Where you get this channel. What happens here typically, right? Resistance, pullback. If we hold this on the daily, higher lows relative to this point, right? Then if you hold the breakout, higher lows. Now, what's the structure look like underneath this market right now? Are all gaps filled? Are there any gaps in this market right now? Now, think about the upside, how many gaps there are. Are there any gaps in the market below us here? Anybody? Little gap right below us? Yeah, there's a gap from 39.78 up to 39.89. It's only a 10-point gap. Is it significant? So LBR, Linda B. Rashke talks about these. A lot of other traders talk about them. Gaps are significant. Now, this is them talking about it 1,000 to 2,000 points ago. Gaps are significant short term, typically if they're like 10 points or greater. So now, it's like 20 points or greater. It's not even a 20-point gap underneath this. Is there a gap? Sure. But it is not that significant. So if you're all trying to short the gap on a trend day, the risk reward favors that trade, but probability does not. So you're going to learn today the difference between good risk reward, but low probability if you're shorting. You're like, but I like those good risk reward. Okay, go for it. You have like a 5% chance of the market going back there. Do you take that? But my risk reward is 25 to 1. Okay, then take it. That's your trading style. Put that into a Monte Carlo simulation. Get it calculated, right? 10% win rate, 25 to 1. It's probably even lower than 10% win rate on that. So markets are pretty darn efficient. So the higher your risk reward, the lower the probability of that occurring. It's kind of like playing the lottery, right? You're going to win $1 million. Your odds of winning are very, very, very low. If you're going to win $20, oh, it's 1 in 10 chance for a $1 lottery ticket or something like that. Maybe a little less, right? $2 lottery ticket, 1 in 10 chance of winning $3. I don't know. Something like that, right? The casino still wins. Anyway, this is not the day to be stepping in front, getting confident that the market's going to go down again. If you are that trader, you are the quintessential, you are the quintessential after the fact trader that has been lulled to sleep. And you're not aware of how markets move. You're like, well, those are big words. Yeah, I'm just saying, I've seen this repeat for many moons, many cycles. I see it repeat intraday at lows. We get the 135 wave pattern. We get the trend line broken. We get the explosive move through the trend line. No pullbacks. And everybody wants to short it. And everybody gets wrecked. And we rally 100 points intraday. Well, you're getting that now on a higher time frame. Why are you stepping? There is going to be a time to step in front. There is going to be a time to step in front and take defined risk. But it's probably not here at the naked VPOC, where, again, look at, so this is why we use things like relative volume and color shading. Look at the volume here. Is that a lot? No. That's 10,000 contracts, 5,000 contracts in the pullback, right? 9,000 contracts in the pullback. All right, 12,000. It's getting a little interesting here, but it's not. It's nothing. Look, now you got the top of the gap way up here. You have a high volume node, distributive high. This area gets interesting. For sure. But you know what I would be doing today? Look at how we held the 10 SMA on the NASDAQ. You remember I told you guys the 10 SMA is a timing mechanism? What do I mean by that? Right? Uh-oh, some of you are covering shorts again, and they're buying. Okay. Impulse, sideways, space between the 10 SMA in a trend day. Impulse, sideways, bounce, 10 SMA, go. Remember I said it was a timing issue on a lot of days? On trend days? I said this early this week and last week on stream. But I've been saying this for years about the 10 SMA. So timing issue. This is a timing mechanism for trend days. At some point, will this become unsustainable and we just distribute sideways? Sure. Are we there yet? I don't know. Algo o'clock, 10 a.m. Again, I ain't shorting. So anyway, we got all this up here. That's interesting. Definitely. Why? Because of the 30-minute structure. That's interesting, definitely. You're like, man, I came on here to see TYP lose money in the market today. In other words, you came on here to see me take trades. You know what's more valuable than that today? Seeing somebody willing to sit on their hands and not take trades. Or get on the long train and ride a trend up near the top, right? That might be useful to some of you. Like, oh, he's actually buying up here rather than selling. What? After this kind of move? Really? He's deciding to buy after all of this? Yeah, that might be actually be useful because then you can see that, hey, here's somebody that recognizes it's actually a trend day. The higher probability trade is to stay long. That might be useful. But I hate these kind of days. I hate them. I hate them with the passion because I have the same instincts as all of you do, which is trend day, I want a mean reversion, short the ish out of this thing. I have all the same human instincts that everybody else does. I've just gotten to the point in my internal state that I'm aware of my own failings as a human being. That's it. Hey, good morning. Tony. It depends. Today I started a little earlier. I don't know, 35, 40 minutes ago maybe. let's see. Well, how long have I been streaming? 51 minutes ago I started. But typically I start around 9:45, 10 o'clock. Just depends. If I'm trading my account on full size E-minis and Nasdaqs, then you know the 10, the ones that are worth they're 10 times the size of what I have up on the screen. This is an E-mini data chart. Okay, this is all E-mini data, but it executes micros. So that's what this P&L will represent, is any micros based P&L. So if I'm trading the full size, I'm totally focused in the morning, and I'm not going to be talking through my trades, or that's distraction for me. So I'm not going to be trading that on stream. There's no reason for me to do that, right? I'll have to shut up and just trade, and then I'm signal service. Why would I do that? Why would I let everybody know where I'm entering and exiting? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I come on here, trade micros, I'm insignificant. And you guys get to learn something. I get to keep myself out of boiling water. Try and make better trade decisions. Let's see here. Hold on. So anyway, let me look at the chat and see what's going on here. Andre says, how about adopting a swing trading style? Hey, Andre, do you remember when I took all those micros long? You remember that? I was long two ESs. And then I was like, okay, get out of these two ESs, right? I managed the trade intraday looking for a swing trade, right? And then I converted. I'm like, okay, I'll convert them to micros. I stopped out on the micros, negative 80 points. Sucked. Typically and I know this is contrary to what some people do better, but typically I do better intraday trading than I do on swing trades for futures. I do well with stocks that I have predetermined levels on for short swings, like 1 day to 2 weeks. And when it hits, my risk reward target, I'm out. I do really well on those because I'm very prepared on individual names. I find them easier. But swing trading, the indexes, a little tough for me. I hate to admit it, but it is what it is. I'd rather just day trade them and then trade stocks, or buy calls, or buy puts, or shares, whatever. I've been buying shares of QQQ in the retirement account, so that's like one really, really big long-term swing trade. If it keeps rallying, that is going to be happy. But my swing trade accounts are not. They're just doing so-so. They're not great. Future accounts doing fine, great, but I'm really good at taking chunks out of the market in short time frames. But I don't know. I get a little impatient on 1 to 5 day swing trades sometimes. So I struggle with going from sitting around being Mr. Zen to I've had a cup of coffee and I want to get sociable with somebody and walk around the room to, I'm all coked up on drugs and I want to bounce off the walls. Now, I don't do drugs, but the analogy is it's difficult for me to wear all these different hats. That's the fact of the matter is that I do it, but it's still difficult. All right. So I have the same urges as everybody else. Well, maybe not everybody. But I have the same urges, which is that I want to micromanage my longer term positions. So like right now with my retirement account, I've just bought. Um, I just I just don't look at it. I don't look at the P&L even. The stop is just in place. There, it's for way lower. I'll still buy if we go lower, um, but it's more. Look at this market, just still grinding up. You guys are still shorting. Stepan Urbaniak says, "Do you trade crypto?" Stepan, no, I do not. But I used to trade crypto 16 hours a day for years, but not anymore. I only have so much time, my friend. You try to do all these things, right? You try to wear these different hats, and then you throw crypto in the loop. Oh, if I didn't have a family, I would absolutely trade crypto. 100%. 1,000% I trade crypto. Yeah, I don't know, Simon K. Maybe I do them both, appraiser guy. I do them both. You know, if I started trading crypto tomorrow, I'd have quite a few friends to do it with who are in the game heavily. So I do them both. And I trade probably all the shit coins. Don't get me started. Crypto, I want to trade it so bad sometimes. I'll be right back. I need to, let's see. Let me make sure I didn't miss any great chat. Let's see. How can Stepan says, how can we prevent going too bald, though? Wear a hat. No, I don't know. A wig? I think that's about it. Let's see. All right, Joseph says, my plan, we'll wait if capitulation type move will spike inside low volume area between ES 4106 and 4084. Then we'll fade this stuff. Yeah, Joseph, that's a good move. We're already getting a big selling candle here. Could you see it was different in real time? Market sweeps. Let's see how long it goes. Big player taking profit here, but it doesn't mean that's it. That's one of the crazy things about trend days is you get a candle like this, and you can't really be sure that this is the top. But there's a big player taking some profit here. Stepan says, is crypto easier or harder than ES or NQ? Right now, I don't know because I don't trade it. It used to be very easy. But I stopped trading crypto heavily in early 2018. I still traded it. I still traded it for a few years after, but like occasionally. But my 16 to 17 whatever hour days ended after the 2017 blow off. Right? Been trading long enough to know that was it. That you were all going to get. You were all going to be buying the dip that kept dipping. So I guess only the true believers came out of that alive. Let's see if we can even get out of this position right now, or if this is it. Here, let's move our stop way up here. Is this it? Little seller up here on the Nasdaq, but is this it? Could be. We'll see. All right. This is the prior candle's low, so maybe a little bit of trapped longs here. All right. Yay! We're on the board. 1.23 points. Okay, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Um, oh, goodness gracious. All right. Back on the treadmill. All right, let's do this. Hey, if you guys are here and haven't liked the video, um, I would really appreciate it if you could like it. I know people forget to just hit that like button, but I'm here. I'm talking about markets, and that's maybe your small contribution is the like button, and it does help with the stream. So I really appreciate it. Um, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Thank you very much. So One thing about a day like today, and you guys are probably not going to like this. So here we have a candlestick chart up, right? And I'll get to some questions in the chat here pretty soon. But we have this wave 1, wave 2, and wave 3, right? And this is 1, 3, and then 5, right? I have some principles that have kept me safe from making really egregious errors in the market. And this is going to sound contra or contrary to what I've been talking about, which is don't short a trend day. That still holds true for me, right? Where you have this move. I also, if this move right here starts to go past here, and you have an Elliott wave 1, 3, 5 type pattern, and this starts to pull back deeply, I'm not looking for buys on these prior tops. Because what tends to happen on days like today, when you get a clear wave pattern, is that the pullback goes all the way down to here. Maybe some, right, TD or some VWAP or something into the close. And buying a pullback after you've had a 135 pattern can be really dangerous. Now, if you're buying, so this is going to sound really counterintuitive again. If you're buying up here in trend and you're defining risks, say here, right? You're looking for continuation. To me, that's fine. But buying on a pullback that starts to break structure, and if you add to it through here, in my experience, you're asking to get run over because of this 1, 3, 5 setup here. Now, you can say, well, you're keeping me out of trades. Then when do you trade? I've said it over and over. One of the superpowers of a trader is learning when to sit on hands and when the market gives you a structure that could really hurt you. Buying up here is fine to me, where we're at right now. But buying if we fall through this zone, these moves often get way more vicious. And if you put, say, just for the sake of getting the visual, if you put a fib on this whole move, right? The 50 is like around here, right? The 618's down here. So here's the 50. Here's the 618. You'll see on these moves, they'll either hold on the pullback, they'll hold VWAP, or they'll break the 618. And if they break the 618, you get a bunch of capitulation here into the close, and it usually bounces. But if you try buying all this prior structure, it typically, if again, the caveat is if you have a 135 like this, it doesn't work out well for you. So, I'm sharing a little bit of the larger structural things about the market that have kept me from poor location. Hey, Equity Bear. Thanks for that comment. I appreciate that very much. So, this is what keeps me out of positions a lot of times. But if this market didn't look like this, and let's say it looked like, like this. Shoo, right? That was our structure today. Yeah, I'd probably be looking to buy pullbacks into here. It's different, right? You're getting deep retracements that shake out, that shake out that shake out longs, so the trend can be sustained, right? But this does not have deep retracements. Where today have we had longs shaken out? Look, holding highs. Bing, right? Came up, held. Bing, right? So here we are again. Here. What do you think? You've had 1, 3, 5. In other words, you'd have had wave 1, wave 3, or impulse 2, impulse 3, right? So we have R3, rule of 3 in a way, right? Again, pattern recognition time. And now everybody's thinking, I want to buy every pullback, right? Right? Are we not thinking we want to buy every pullback, right? So right now, you're like, you're overthinking it, mate. Maybe. Or maybe I've been doing this more than a decade, and these rules keep me safe. On days like today where the market has this specific structure, I'm not talking about every trend day, right? Some trend days don't even pull back. They just go like this all day long. But this one is straight up, pull back, a little less straight up. Now the angle has changed a bit, but it was still right up into essentially close to an HVN distributive high. Close, within 7 points. All right. I was talking about something. Point. I already got. See, look, I distract myself so quickly. So there we go. So now everyone's thinking, buy every pullback. So what happens here right now if we do this? Everyone's going to load up the boat, right? Now, what happens if we get to here, right? Remember we had this initiative seller here. We had this initiative seller here. Not in this bar, but right next to it, right? I'm showing the initiative seller. All right, and they took it down to here. And what happens if the market does this? It rallies back to that, and that initiative seller is big, and they just sell it like that. What happens? Now this structure breaks, right? You find stops. Well, everyone's waiting here, right? If this one doesn't break or hold, now you're under the 20. So now you're no longer in a strong trend up, right? You've already broken the 10 now. You're at the 20. Last time we hit the 20, we consolidated a while and we broke up, right? But here we are at the 20. If we lose this 20, this is the next structure. But remember, and I keep coming back to it, 1, 3, 5. You got to keep this in your mind while you consider the market structure. So you come back to this zone here and you break it, right? Now, remember, this whole move, so here's 100% of the move from here to here. The halfway point of this whole move, right, is all the way down here. But you're like, well, trend day, and I've been wrong all day. And now it's clear. We have wave 1, wave 2, or I'm sorry, impulse 1, impulse 2, impulse 3. Right? In Elliott wave, 1, 3, 5 are impulse waves. Okay. Wave 4 and wave 5 are always counter trend. So that's why I keep correcting myself when I say wave. If I'm referring to wave, I'm referring to Elliott wave. If I'm referring to an impulse is just up impulse, pull back, impulse up, right? So I'm just trying to keep. So this is impulse, the 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm just being anal about how I'm referring to it. It's of no consequence. The idea is that, the market has moved up, moved up, moved up, right? 3 times. So here we have that today. Everyone's now everyone is now into buy the pullback mode. And now the market has shifted in its dynamic in this bar right there. So buying pullbacks up here, we said, oh, that's fine. Define risk. Okay, well, you stopped out, right? You stopped out maybe here, right? You can try again here. But as soon as you take out this low, this is a change of market behavior where you've made higher highs and now you're making a lower low. What you might expect in this kind of behavior, is for the market to rally, come back to these impulse, strong selling players, and then to roll down into somewhere into VWAP or something where they buy it like crazy on the close. Anyway, not a necessarily a perfect playable prediction, but theorizing and having seen this hundreds of times before, knowing the market moves like this keeps me from bad location and from pissing away money. So you're like, well, then where's the place to buy today? Well, all right. The place to buy today would be, go look at your footprint. Here, let's put the footprint back on. You're like, is there nowhere for me to transact today according to your stupid rules? Let's go look. All right. Then maybe we'll go look at the comments. I'm not there yet with comments. All right. So all right. Is there anywhere here in this chart where there are shorts very predictably trapped? Yeah, absolutely. Where you can still define risk. Yeah, right here. Right? You see this? Right? Came down in this area, built a little volume, broke this trend line. So nice impulse here, built some volume, tested it, and ripped. Okay? And then held it, and off we go. So despite if we break this low right now, and we're trend down short term, right? Because that would be trend down. Put a line here. Shorts are still trapped there. You're like, well, but I want to buy POC. Okay, buy POC. That's fine. This is an LVN. This is where I prefer. Because this is where the shorts got trapped, right? People were taking positions. This is a sell bar here. A little tiny little blue bar that goes like halfway up. And then this next bar, they're anticipating, because of this bearish bar, more of the same. Doesn't happen. Breaks the trend line and keeps trending. So guarantee you there's shorts left here. Might be POC. For all you POC traders, you're like, ha, my POC. I like to buy my POC. Okay, well, you get your bias today potentially on POC. But if it goes below and then it bounces, I told you so. May not happen. We all eat humble pie, so who knows. Anyway, I am done talking about that, dropping knowledge bombs, dropping what? Alpha. I told my wife the other day. So I had my sister-in-law over. Who's getting married. She dropped in the late afternoon yesterday, so we're talking about YouTube, and I'm like, hey G, her first name starts with a G. I say, hey G, I told her this, she is so creative, super creative, right? She's like 25 years old, 26. She's just like a stupidly creative person. You would do so well on YouTube. Like, I have like 2,800 followers, and I don't make anything hardly off of this. But someone like you could garner like 100,000 easy. I'd watch your channel because you're just interesting. And you could probably make some decent. She's a pharmacist, so she makes good money. Like, you could probably make some good money. So anyway, we were talking about it, and where was I going with this? Can't even remember what the heck I was talking about because the market's moving, and then I get distracted. Um, Anyway, I was gonna say something about, yeah, YouTube. What is it? Personally waiting for the sushi boys. Oh, that's what it was. Like, you would be so good at this. And then we start talking about like branding and, and she's like, you're a brand now too, even with 2,800. I'm like, no, I'm not. She's like, yes, you are. Yeah, that's how it works. I'm like, just some lone trader with 2,800 subscribers, half of which don't ever watch. Blah blah blah. People are, they're after flash and presentation, and I don't deliver any of that. Right? Just hardcore trading talk. Right? As I trade. Right? And it's not really. I don't really pump anything up. I'm just sharing, dropping knowledge, dropping alpha. I mean, she was like, alpha? What is that? I'm like, alpha. That's like edge. That's like you're dropping ideas that help people to trade better, right? My wife was like, "Is that really a word?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a word." I said, "Matter of fact, if I was going to rebrand, I'd probably rebrand to something like Alpha King or something, right? And just make it all scammy and whatever, attract the masses, right?" So you guys know I won't do that, right? It's not because I'm talking about it, but as I'm talking here about what the knowledge I'm dropping alpha to you guys. So I was gonna crack a joke so that my wife could hear and say, "I'm the Alpha King." Anyway, I digress. Let me look at the chat. See you guys all making fun of me here. What was that guy? Who had the it was something King, and he had a Discord, and the Discord blew up. Zip told me about this. Was it like Spy King or SB King, or it was a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio from that movie. Anyway, he was some person that got a fairly big Discord, and people told me about it. They're like, "Oh, this Discord blew up, blah blah blah." I was like, kind of early in my old Discord that doesn't exist anymore days. Spy King. Yeah, it was Spy King. Yeah, right? Oh. It's king, right? It's that word. King. I'm the king of something. Or queen, however. Right? It's that braggadocious, I'm a badass, I drive Lambos. Uh, I trade from my yacht with my 180-inch plasma screen while my servants execute trades while I'm in the Caribbean on my 150-foot yacht. That's the life of a trader, right? It's that braggadocious kind of like in your face, I'm a badass, I never lose kind of mentality that from the outside looking in looks like, to me, that's what a lot of you young bucks think trading is about. The more people think that, the happier I get. Because that's my competition every day. And trading is hard. Trading is hard. If you think trading is like wake up every day, click buttons, and make your millions, right? And then you go to your vault like Scrooge McDuck. Some of you are going to be like, "What? Who's Scrooge?" And you got your lucky dime there in the middle, and you just, you're able to swim through your coin, and you think that's how it is. I'm going to be living it. Oh, gosh. Trading is so hard. You guys realize that most of the stuff that gets publicized, it's publicized because it's the one in a million. That's what makes the story interesting. It doesn't make it common. It's the people that are the exceptions. They're the ones that get the shine. It's not the rule that gets the shine. So in other words, if the exceptions get the shine, most of you, if you follow social media and think maybe you think that's the norm, because they're the ones that get the attention. Therefore, that's attainable. No, you don't buy a lottery ticket every day thinking the more I buy, the better I'm going to do. Most of you are just donating. You're donating to people who have put the work in. Now that's real talk. So if you're around this channel and you're hearing that, don't unsubscribe and run away. Someone's actually willing to share the truth with you. Maybe you'll listen a little bit more if you want to do this a long time. All right. If you're just looking for the Alpha King, well, I have news for you. The Alpha King are the citadels of the world. Those are the Alpha, and their NDAs are ironclad. If you know how Citadel trades, guess what? You aren't talking about it. Because those MFers, they'll come after you. You got to sign some ironclad NDAs for that ish. Anyway, enough of this. Let me go look at the chat. And let's see. Got to scroll all the way up. All the way down. All right. Hey, Khalid Taliani. All right, let's see. 1.23 points. Sounds like me today. I'm up $2.30. Yeah, buddy. Or 2.3 points. That's okay, Travis. Some days are meant to be sitting on hands. It's all good. Simon K says, I've noticed you're scalping on these afternoon shows. Is it a show, Simon? Or am I just dropping knowledge for your guys' sake? And am I keeping myself out of trading the market when I've already made money? That's the question. So I don't know how many of these shows you watched, but Simon, I'm here helping you guys, sharing knowledge, trying to fight the good fight, trying to help young traders out. For me, this is not a show. If I wanted to make this a show, I'd be clicking like a madman, trying to prove how great of a trader I am. I'm simply trying to keep myself out of trouble in algo o'clock. And some days I click a little bit and I make some money. Most days I make money during these times. Oops. Most days I make money on these shows. There we go. Forgot to put a bracket in. But that's not really my goal. My goal is not to make or lose a lot of money. It's just to demonstrate a little proficiency and share some knowledge. And along the way, if I establish some really cool relationships with some of you that are lifelong learners, I will happily stay in contact with you. Because, I'm not going to do this until I die. I'm not going to sit here and stream every day. Hey, man, no way. It's not what I'm about. I'm a full-time trader. So anyway, the NASDAQ makes more sense with your style as it is sporadic and tends to blow through structure or hunt people, but you can manage the same risk on MNQ, or it has to be tighter. So to match volume. So I think it's a question, Simon. And I think I've already answered your question for the most part. But it is more volatile, so you can micro scalp it. And a lot of times, if you watched my stream, I am scalping both of them. But I'm scalping the NASDAQ Micros predominantly in volatility. So again, the goal here is to stay out of trouble. It's not to make a crap load of money. If I make a crap load of money, great. On NASDAQ's, great. But like right now, 2 micros with a fairly wide stop, not a big deal. Anyway, let's see. Andre Dennis asks, what clues are you looking for to spot an upcoming trend reversal? I'm looking for, that's a great question, Andre. I'm looking for the market to have, here's number one, 3 impulses. All right. Number 2, to have some sort of parabolic move. Number 3, to have aggressive profit taking or exiting of position contrary to the trend. Number 3, typically a trend line to change. Number 4, typically 10 SMA and 20 SMA to be broken, counter trend. Okay? Number 5, some sort of heavy absorption, then initiative from the footprint. Okay? Number 6, correlation with higher time frame support or resistance. Okay? So those 6 sort of general things, obviously tons of iterations because order flow is different on different days. But essentially you're looking for changes in those things. That's it. All right. Kermit says, I'm personally waiting for the sushi boys to lead the way. Yeah, who knows? I mean, I'm an idiot. Look at me. I'm shorting. Define risk. Giving it a shot. We'll see. I might try again. We'll see. Still haven't broken this trend here. Here I am stepping in front right in the middle of the range. Stops are at what? 10 points. So lose 9 times 5, $48 potentially. So what? I'm fine with it. Lose $50. It's all good. To what? Potentially gain somewhere down here. 48. So maybe 25. So 2.5 Rs is my trade here. Again, has to do with the wave pattern. Doesn't guarantee me success. We might move sideways into the close and just close on highs, trend days. That would be normal too. So again, take defined risk. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't get big. Nothing wrong with taking a shot when you have some criteria and realize you're going to be wrong sometimes. That's trading. If you think trading is a winning day every day, then you haven't done this for more than a year or 6 months. Anyway, let's see. Chris says, wait, it's not all just boats and hoes? Sure, maybe it is. I don't know. Andre says, head and shoulder formation forming here. No, I don't like head and shoulders intraday, Andre. Because almost every trend that is holding support builds a head and shoulders. It's just pretty common. Especially, so I would say right now, so we're doing this, right? On the E-mini, right? And we're just trending. And then we've kind of done this, right? And now we kind of like, we're building out this, I don't know, right shoulder or something you say. But typically, most trends end in distribution sideways. So what tends to happen is they go break the top, then they come back in and they just there's distribution up here. And then once the large players have had their fills or they're exited or whatever, then they'll let the market fall. But the higher now that I don't know, I'm taking the short, but maybe the higher probability play is just to buy the lower part of this and sell up here. Not wait for new all-time high or intraday highs, but just buy the bottom, sell the range until that fades or fails, right? Because I'm essentially trying to counter trend all of this momentum, right? Isn't that what I'm doing? And right now we're doing what? A little rising wedge action. We're doing a rising wedge kind of action here. So would you expect some kind of move? Yeah. Right. See how I think defensively against my position? I'm thinking, here's the reasons why I could be wrong. The bigger move is that here, if we break this, we're probably going all the way to pocket and below. So I like the risk reward. But the high probability move is maybe to, I don't know. There was these initiative sellers up here they already defended this. Would be to buy here around the 20 and then just sell to here. But, I don't know. 50-50. I'm boredom trading potentially. And see, Simon, I'm keeping myself out of E-minis when maybe this isn't the best setup in the world. I'm okay with admitting that. I'm okay with that. I'm not a robot. Anyway, back to the... So Tony K, I think I already addressed your questions while I was ranting here. Martin Friend says, I wonder how many times did you keep your job while become a trader? I've been trading while having a job for a longer time than I've been a full-time trader. How's that? Because I've been trading on and off since I was 22, 21, something like that. I don't know. I don't remember the year exactly that I got on Scott Trade and immediately took too many trades and I didn't have 25K. They locked me out. What's going on here? don't know about the SEC. Why can't I trade anymore? I've taken 3 day trades today at like 4,000, paying like $9 or $14, something like that per trade. I lost money, but then I think I lost money. I don't even remember. I just remember feeling frustrated with the whole thing. Like, what is this? This is and then I was like, at the time, they didn't, well, maybe they had sim, but I did some stock market game. That was my simulation, and it was like randomized movements. Maybe it wasn't even randomized. Maybe it was just like a programmer was like, it's going to go up, then down, and then do this, but most people don't know. Whatever. Here, let me get back to these. Clean up my lines again here. All right, back to the chat. See, I'm trying to catch up. Kimster says this is the best show on YouTube. Kimster, I appreciate that. I think trading is the greatest show on earth. There was a guy in the Discord, Mitch in San Francisco, and he used to repeat that often. He'd say, trading is like the greatest. It's like a sports event. It's so awesome. And I totally agreed with him. It's like I just can't get enough of it. It juices me. Um, I I'm so lucky to be doing something that I naturally love and I find it interesting. Not everybody is so lucky. Boy, look at this market. Just fading. Sushi you boys back in 6 minutes. Was it Kimster that talked about Sushi Boys earlier? Sorry. Let's see. Sushi Boys. Kermit! Kermit says he's waiting for Sushi Boys. Okay. Anton says someone signed TYP at least 10 seasons. I'll do it, Anton, as long as I'm getting interaction with you guys. As long as you guys stay interactive with me, I'm going to be interested. But if it gets to a point where people are just logging in, like, hey, maybe we can get some signals from this guy, um, you know, you guys quit liking anything, you quit commenting, you quit wanting to like talk about markets and show interest, well, I'm going to lose interest. And then I'm going to be like, well, what's the point? That's the honest truth, right? So then I can just do one YouTube a week on some Sierra chart thing or some, oh, here's a trading strategy, and I'll edit the video and I'll have fun with that. I enjoy the editing a little bit, even though I'm really crappy at it. It's something new for me. I see where we're starting to pivot now. Longs aren't getting compensated short term, so they got to barf it up. See this? So they got to barf a little bit. So, who knows? All this sideways movement without compensation of new highs here. Longs are like, oh no. So a little under duress. Now stops under this low, right? It's just a whole thing. Maybe we go fill in LVN here. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, holding the 10, but there's nothing to write home about yet. So that's kind of where I'm at with this stream. You know, I just want it to be interesting. I'm like Devin Larratt. I crave feeling alive. I do like the fear factor of trading in front of others and being wrong and looking like an absolute jackass sometimes. I kind of appreciate all of that. Again, it sharpens me to have to justify my trading to others. Anyway. So this could turn into a false breakout here. It could. So, back here, the longs have barfed into 64, 65. Now back to the breakout point here, short term. So longs are now back to break even about right here. You can see the volume profile. There's longs built right in the middle here. So now longs are like, what do I do? I get out at break even? Yeah, probably some. So are they getting out break even? Right? It's also a trend day, so shorts are thinking, shoot, I shorted this breakdown. Now if we move above, I got to cover. So not a lot of volume here. It's likely we go push above a little bit and then come back in. Maybe. So, I don't know. In hindsight, you might say short term, you should have taken profit or move your stop to break. You know what? Who knows, man? We might just poke above here and then rip back to the downside. See that? Now all the longs that are still holding from this position, who just saw the market can move against them, maybe they're going, well, some are saying, all right, add baby, because we got the shorts where we want them. And maybe you do. But some are saying, we're at break even. Let's go take profit now because this move was painful. So who knows? Go get my stop. Who cares? Let's go back to the chat. There's nothing on the ask right now, size-wise. You see this? You see how there's nothing on the ask? Oh, there it is. There's the 10 lot. There's the 10 lot. So there's liquidity a little higher. We're going to drive to that liquidity, or they're going to sell it here, right at, oh, that's not a good sign. So when you have a 25 lot sitting there that fills like that, and they go fill them, now we're going to drive. Ugh. Oh well. All right, we're down 9 points, 45 bucks. Okay, so let me go back to the comments here. Stepan, there's no way to know. He says, how do you recognize that people are taking profits instead of opening long short positions? There is no way to know. You simply assume based on a move and based on how aggressively they hit it. So this is a trend day, right? And we have all these waves going up. This might be longs trapped from the prior 30-minute day, right up here. This prior 30-minute move. So there's the gap above here, and there's, so all right, let's think. Let's think about what the market did here, right there. The little girl's crying. Okay, we pulled back. We went, pulled back, made highs, and then we gapped down. So how many traders are trapped from above this high here? These are all trapped longs from here all the way up to the gap. That makes sense? So maybe it's just a bunch of large traders that are still holding on trapped up here. And that's the aggression you saw. Trap traders could be anything. But what we do know is that short term, it was aggressive selling. The nature of the selling from up here in this footprint, right here at this level, was aggressive selling. So here we go. Back in to where they aggressively sold here, and rejection. See that? They came right back in. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but this is certainly interesting. Maybe a poor stop location? I don't know. It seemed good at the time that maybe we would come right back here to this zone and then reject. Maybe the stop should have been here. I don't know. Hindsight is 20/20. Maybe you get short again. I don't know. I'm not gonna keep pissing away 45 bucks. That's gas for my hybrid from here to the coast. It's probably way less than that. Yeah, way less. I think I get around 38 to 40 miles to the gallon on the highway. Five, maybe 25. Gosh, you guys have you guys? So I don't drive very much, right? Family guy here at home. Everything we have is it's pretty close to around the casa, the house here, and so I hadn't filled up gas for a long time. Or when I do, I just don't look at prices. We're kind of like that at the grocery store. Buy whatever, and then you just slide your card and don't think about it. Looked at gas prices and I was like, what is going on here? So here I am talking about how much it's going to cost me to get to the coast, and I have no idea. Maybe 25 bucks? I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Not a professional trader says, oh wow, my first account was on Scott Trade back in 98, 99. Blast from the past. Can't remember the exact year. That's right, Scott Trade. And then they were bought out. It was Scott Trade bought out by? Were they bought out by TD Ameritrade? Were they? I think they may have been, if my memory serves me correctly, which it doesn't more than half the time. Okay. So Simon asks if on a small account my scalping strategy can be used to draw up his account smoothly. It could. I'm just thinking about it. You have to figure out, Simon, where your edge is. If your edge is in swinging intraday, I like this again already. Am I going to get suckered into a short again? Hmm. Try, try again. You know, my friend Gabriel says, if you're gonna get into a position, just go get in when you have an opinion. Hence why I did the one um, right there at the front of the. So my optimal entry is right here in this node, and then the unoptimal entry was down here where I got in. But I'm heeding his words, which are, "Yo, if you're gonna, Sushi Boy's back in town. Can you see it? Get a little movement, a little impulse here, a little excitement. I like it. They're gonna go hit it, go take it to new highs, or are they gonna go slam it to the downside? Look at me trying the short again. So sometimes I just get in. Let's see if we just lose some more money. It'd be 4 points lost, 5 and 5. So it'd be 10, 14, 15, 16 more points. Let's see if we have a bigger losing day. Okay. Gusa, what's up, dude? So, Simon, you got to figure out if, with your trading style, if you intraday swing trade and the stops have to be too wide, does it draw down your little account too much? If so, then maybe you need to switch to a strategy where it's more scalping oriented. All right, now let's do one. Let's have a good day. Come on. Come on. All right, now we'll keep that stop in. Let's let it run. Run. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Thought you drove a Lambo or a McLaren. No, I drive a Honda CRV uh, hybrid. That's what I drive. We could easily fill the singles below, Tony. I don't really know at this point. It's not so just because the market is so. Well, I'm going to be real clear here. Just because the market's is trading doesn't mean I have a strong opinion about it. I've talked about the EW and I've talked about the market tending to distribute at highs on trend days, right? Um, and I've talked about the market when it has a clear Elliott wave tending to sell more when it does sell than people think it's going to sell. And so I have no idea based on what's happening here, except to say we have that 30-minute candlestick that I showed you earlier where trap traders are trapped, and it looks like they're still trapped short term. So I don't know. But could they go run stops here? Could someone try and move this up to get better fills for once they decide to pull the market back, or the market as a whole moves back in the opposite direction? Could they go buy it in order to generate more buyers to sell into because they haven't got their fills? Sure. It's anybody's guess. I mean, we're chopping up and down. Who knows? I mean, short term, we just had some sells and we're moving right back up. Short term, I'm out because of this tiny little volume node short term. Now, could we just sell down? Yeah. I might be a fool right now to get out right here. But because there was some market buying and aggressive selling activity in short term, they absorbed it all. I think they probably go take this high out and at least probe it, in which case my stop gets hit again. So I could try again. If it breaks down here, fine. But my short-term signal is, I wasn't right. I'm getting out. Now all of you hindsight traders go, huh, you should have covered here. Well, this hadn't happened yet. So I saw what I saw, and now I'm out. Whatever. Sometimes the market is just not very clear. Just because a professional trader is online looking at markets doesn't mean he knows or thinks they're going to do this. I have to have an opinion. What is my prediction right here and right now? None. How about that? None. I have no freaking clue. Why can't I just say I don't know? That's sometimes the best answer. Keeps you unbiased. What if every moment I fell under this expectation that I have to have an opinion about the market, and then I constantly just flip my bias back and forth and back, and it's just a ranging market. It's a distributing market after a trend day. All that's going to do is it's going to prevent me in the moment from really viewing the data in an unbiased manner. So that's where I'm at. I'm unbiased. I gave you possibilities, potential. I gave you my principle for keeping me out of stupid location for a day like today. And that's all I did. Right? We go sell this below this here. Maybe I want to go short. That's as I mean, right now we've made a lower high. If we go make a lower low, then we break this, we probably come all the way back down to 52. But we're not there yet. So am I doing what everybody else is doing? Right? Just following breakouts on a day like today where we have a trend day? Absolutely I am. Why did I say earlier I hate days like today? I hate them. It's because of all this. I could say 20 different things and it all sounds logical and somewhat probable. All possible. But trying to figure out the probability right here, come on now. You're like, well then why did you take a trade? Because MFer, I'm bored. And if I was not on this stream and I was sitting here, I'd want to click even more. A weak human that I am. Anyway. Do as I say, not as I do, maybe? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here. Appraiser guy says, was there ever a moment where you considered walking away from trading? Yeah, right now. That's the honest truth. Because my health over the past 6 months has not been super great. And yeah, I just trading is a grind in a different kind of way when you do it for money and you don't have a job. It's just a different sort of grind. It's a low level stress kind of thing. So it could just be a little, it's preference, right? I mean, I love it, but at the same time, it keeps me in front of a screen, right? I'm not in the sunshine. Yes, I'm walking, I'm exercising a little bit, but would I prefer to have sun on my face, right? Moving my arms, like, yeah, I could have dumbbells. There's excuses are like a-holes, right? Everybody has them, but I really would prefer to be like a lumberjack or something. Or, I don't know, be a carpenter. Or, I don't know, get out, and do something with my hands, or you know, install pool fences, or um, deal with families doing something with physical labor where I can excel and be like better than somebody else, and then see their facial expressions like, wow, this guy's a craftsman. And then I get to see the joy on their faces, right? And just kind of like be an honest tradesman, right? Because there's a lot of people in these fields that are just blue collar workers that. So I used to sell things to a lot of blue collar people in an industry. There's a lot. I dealt with a lot of blue collar people, right? So I was a guy in an office selling stuff to them, going out visiting job sites, blah 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 blah. So I saw a lot of people that just treated people like garbage, and lied to them, and were just fairly dishonest. But I've also done the blue collar work. So I say install pool fencing. I did that for a while in my early years. And believe it or not, I used to get tipped installing these pool fences outrageous amounts. Because number one, I was really good at it. Number two, I was articulate. Three, I was stupidly respectful of people's backyards, their house. Moms and dads would be there. They'd come out, bring me iced tea as I'm working. I was a nice guy, right? Um, and there was just nothing like dealing with people face to face. Being on the internet, you get a lot of a-holes. You get it in trading, right? You only hear people's voices. And people go from really nice to demonic. Or you go from thinking you know how people are to all of a sudden one day they're in a pissy mood. They don't have to look you in the eye. You're like, what happened to you? You're different now, right? I love the face-to-face interaction with people. So you say like, is there any? You're like, this is a trading channel. Trying to discourage us from being traders? No, not really. Trading's good, but it just comes down to personality, and I don't know. I can make arguments for and against trading. Um, Sometimes I really, really love it, and other times I'm like, damn it, I really would like to have a nice tan and to be a more fit and to get my blood pumping every day and to see our beautiful star shining its light across the ocean and go diving and just be more outdoors. I don't know. I mean, I might be talking from a perspective of we have a newborn in the house. Well, 4-month old, right? So you don't get out. So there's a little bit of that. But I'm just saying in general, I'd love to live a more outdoor lifestyle, and that's going to come. I'm 42 years old. It's coming. And it's coming in the near future. My wife and I have decided it is coming. The restriction is that we live in a place um, near family that needs our support short term. But for the sake of our children and our own sanity, we're gonna get more towards we're gonna be working on getting closer to nature and living more of an outdoor lifestyle where we can appreciate all of the gains we've made from having a really healthy diet. Just feeling good. We're feeling really good off of healthy lifestyle choices. But anyway, that's probably not the answer you wanted, but it's honest. Let's see. Uh, Chris 697. He probably was like, didn't he said that before he knew I've had labor intense jobs. So yeah, I always enjoyed it. I like the grind. I used to use really heavy 60, 70 pound core drillers, drilling holes in concrete, shakes your whole body. It's not good, great for your ears, but you wear earplugs. Not great for your joints, but it's better than I don't know. Not to, it's not like I want to run a jackhammer all day as I talk about a core driller, but it's not like I want to run a jackhammer all day. No, it's not that. I just like working physically a little bit. I just do. You're like, go do your lawn, go trim your trees. I do that sometimes, right? I barbecue. You're like, that's not physical work. I know it's not. I'm cracking jokes now, but anyway. Alex says it's easy to be a keyboard warrior when there are no repercussions. Yeah, you know what? I mean, risk is a funny thing when you do this. So I don't know. I had we had this Discord that no longer exists, and there were people on there that were doing Top Step, and then there was people who were sim trading, and then there was people who were trading real money, and then there was everybody that had been doing it for over a decade. And for those of us who've been doing it for over a decade with no fallback, really, um, the mentality is a little different, right? A lot of the people who are on sim and who have a full-time job and do this kind of part-time trading is so glorious. It provides freedom, right? Unlimited earning potential. But what these people do is they focus on what they're going to make and not how to lose properly. And they don't always think about how bad it feels when you go on a losing streak and you have no fallback. Like, no fallback. You're like, well, I'm a tough son of a gun. I can do it. You don't know that you can do it because, again, with trading, there are no guarantees. The only guarantee is that you will have a result after you click buttons. There's no taking it back. Once you enter a trade, you got to sell to get out or buy to get out. That's it. So you're stuck, right? Like a job, you're like, you can decide if you have a job, you're like, I'm going in today or I'm not, but you're always going to get paid for the most part if you go in and work. And it's the same. You're like, well, that's part of the detriment, but that's also part of the benefit is there's that guarantee, right? So I've always said there's traders who've been doing this full time for a while with no backdrop, and then there's everybody else. If you have another source of income and you're successful, quote unquote successful, as a trader short term, don't go quit your job. Postman, this applies to you. It's totally different to trade full time when you're not distracted by delivering mail or your job and you don't have a secondary source of income. So where I agree with Peter Brandt, he says, do it for many years, show success, and have a fairly big arsenal to give back to the market. Because, if you think you're going to have huge success rates consistently for many years, while you have the added pressure of having to produce that, then if you do that, you're in the minority, right? But you're also one of those people that probably hasn't tried it and hasn't talked to someone who's done that. So keep in mind that everybody you pay to give you their opinion, your form of payment supports their trading business. You don't know that their seemingly informed education is actually causing them to pay their own way. But what we do know, what you should know, is that your payment to them for their opinion is allowing them to pay their bills. So the bias is that every single person you pay for this stuff, and this is sort of the ironic part of this, every single person that you pay to give you education about the markets is able to continue doing what they're doing because of you. Doesn't mean that they don't offer valuable information, but what it does mean is that you shouldn't use them as an example of a full-time trader. Because if they're taking payment from you, they're also a full-time educational, or they're a full-time instructor, right? They're also in the business of educating, not in the business of trading. And they might seem like they're the same thing, but they're not. One is education about trading. The other is actual full-time trading. It's different. It's way different. So, a lot of doom and gloom? No, not really. I'm just kind of sharing how it really is. I mean, trading is still really cool. Look at that 100 lot sitting up there at 65. Fodder. They're going to go slam them. Bing! 65. Here we go. Maybe. It's a 100 lot here up at the So immediately here, there's no liquidity above the 100. I mean, there's the 10s up there. I see them. I see them too. But they are not, they're filling. Oh, interesting. You see that? Some quick 20 and 67 popped up here. That's interesting. Someone sees this. So this is interesting to look at, I guess, what's happening on the order book. Here. Enough talking about the realities of trading. I'm watching. It's more interesting than all that ish I was talking about earlier. Oh, not a professional trader. He says, I'm 44 and just started keto and rowing for exercise about 2 months ago, but I'm about 30 pounds so far. I wish you success on your journey. Thank you, man. So you know what I do is I eat a lot of vegetables and some fruit and meat, and that's it. A little bit of nuts once in a while. Once in a great while, some dried fruit. It's a little Achilles heel for me. So not quite keto, but I'm noticing that when I incorporate fruit back into my diet, I feel really good. I'm not in ketosis. I still lose weight. And my insulin sensitivity goes up because you're introducing sugar with fiber. And that's the key, right? The key to weight loss is low insulin. So if you have sugar at the end of a meal in the form of fruit, again, that has fiber, after you've already had, say, your proteins and whatever, you don't get the crazy insulin spikes. And you don't get the crazy blood sugar spikes. And you get more insulin sensitivity, so what ends up happening is your blood sugar goes lower than if you were just on keto. You know, the keto plateau is, it's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible thing. But yeah, I mean, it's great for weight loss. in the short term, but what ends up happening to a lot of people on keto is that if they ever incorporate any of the carbohydrates back in, um, you end up gaining all that weight back very quickly. And then it's really, really frustrating. So my suggestion, and I really like this author, Dr. Jason Fung, F-U-N-G, is do some intermittent fasting while you eat fairly normally. And when I say normal, right, maybe caveman kind of style or something, right? Some meats, some veggies, some fruits, clean food, non-processed food for the most part, right? So stay away from all the breads, the processed carbohydrates, right? All the starches and corn and high fructose crap. Um, and then do some intermittent fasting. Because the intermittent fasting will help with insulin sensitivity. While you fast, your body burns more calories than calorie reduction diets. So your metabolism gets amped up when you fast. That's a problem for a lot of calorie reduction sort of keto diets, right? So you're like, I'm not hungry. I'm going to reduce my caloric intake. And then because you're consuming less calories, but they're in a constant state, your body slows its metabolism down. Then once you start eating normally again, whoosh, slow metabolism, weight gain. But if you do intermittent fasting, you don't have that problem because it's been shown intermittent fasting raises your metabolic rate off of normal baseline by 5% or so. So that's a really nice thing to incorporate. And then you save some money not eating as much food, right? So I like to focus on high nutrition density, right? So good quality meats, maybe even organs if you can handle it. Veggies, fruit, all these phytonutrients that you get. And then avoid all the low nutritional density crap. And, you can fast easily then because you got all of the nutrients you need. Because think about it. All these people, all this crap is subsidized in the U.S. Talking about the U.S. here, but all this crap is subsidized in the U.S. Sugars, corns, grains, blah, blah, blah. So it's all cheap at the grocery market. Now look what they do. Added what? Iron, right? Everything has all these added really crap vitamins, which they don't actually need to provide good quality of anything. So it's not really bioavailable. They add it all in. So it's low crap, it's low nutrition food. You eat a lot of it. You don't even have much nutrition anyway. You're just spiking your insulin all the time. Insulin is your fat hormone, right? Think about type 1 diabetics. Type 1 diabetics can't produce insulin. What do they all do? They shrivel away to nothing without insulin. Give them insulin, they gain weight, right? Type 1 diabetic, you feed them 10,000 calories, shrivel away to nothing. Why is that? No insulin. Right, so insulin is your fat hormone, okay? Not medical advice, by the way. Just my opinion. So if you can eat a diet that does not spike insulin, or if you do have some insulin spikes, is offset by fiber, you can keep your insulin low, thus you keep your weight loss low. So they've done all kind of studies on this. That's why diabetics, you give them insulin, they gain weight. This is universal. It's known. This is not some woo-woo thing, right? If you're a diabetic and you take insulin, you can't lose weight. Even if you calorie restrict, it's almost impossible. Because it's not really calories in, calories out, right? Our body is an engine with all kinds of hormones, and it either runs hot or it doesn't. So it works harder, right? You get the norepinephrine response. Your heart rate is increased. Metabolic rate goes up based on hormone signaling. It's not calories in, calories out, folks. Anyway. Oh, I digress. Food, mood, and cognition. Yo, chirp tone. Absolutely. Anyway. Appraiser guy says, I feel like I'm ready to stop pursuing trading. Man, Live your best life. Live your best life. Whatever makes you the happiest, focus on that. Don't focus on failures in something that you're trying that maybe doesn't work out. I know some people that have been trading for 15 years and cannot give it up, and they've never had a profitable year. You're like, what? Yep, never, not once. And they donate so much of their salary to the markets every year. Now, the question is, are they happy doing that? I think so. Chirptone says he's reading the Daily Trading Coach. Good suggestion. Yeah, right on, man. I have the audio and the Kindle version of it, so I listen and read it from time to time. So I'm glad you're liking it, my friend. But anyway, live your best life. I mean, if it's trading, great. But if trading causes you to constantly lose money over 5, 10 years or whatever, and that's not part of your time horizon for learning, right? So in other words, if you're not going to put a lot into your trading education, and it's going to take you 5 to 10 years, and that's part of your plan as a trader, like, if I'm going to learn slowly, I'm going to learn my lessons slowly. Sorry. Is this market finally making the move I want? You bastards. Chasing. It's fine. We're going to chase. New lows. Come on. Is this the fake out? Did I get sucked in again? Yeah, maybe. You see all that liquidity come in on the ask? 100, 100, 100. Did they get those traders already? I don't know, maybe. What's our shot here? Bring down here into 53s, maybe. Maybe. We got some liquidity. Yes, we do. One. Dun 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 dun. Oh shoot. Dun 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 dun. Aww. Look at that. Oh well. Let's see if we can get back in. Where is... you really want it to come here and then extend down below all of these lows here, right? That's what you want. It may still do that. Oh, I have no bracket on. Here we go. Now we got a bracket in. All right, now let's try. Ba 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 ba. There we go. Anyway, what are we doing here? Let's see. The postman. I hear and appreciate you. Curious, however, your thoughts when someone has been trading, have no bills, and almost 4 years of salary and savings, not including the trading account. That's optimal, postman. The postman. That is optimal. That's what you want. You want to stack the cards in your favor. Because everything's different. Everything is different when you're trying to do this to pay your bills. Everything's different. It's just how it is. But yeah, that's optimal, man. Stack the cards in your favor because once again, there's different. levels of exposure. There's number one, there's trading, there's going from trading a sim, learning execution, then there's going and you're trading a funded account, right? And that's got limited risk on it. Then number three, there's trading your own money, right? In a fully exposed trading account. Freeze. Mm-mm. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Anyway, what was I talking about? Okay. And then there's trading a small account that's fully exposed to markets and trading, micros or whatever, right? Just something that's small. And then there's trading bigger size where it hurts you, but you're not a full-time trader, right? You have a part-time job. And then there's the psychological pressures of having to trade full-time and make money from that. And these are different steps. So the worst thing you can possibly do is you have rent to pay, you have a family to feed, you have bills every month, you have a small amount of money, you've put it here. I'm just talking, so let's just cancel. Let's just get out of here. You've put it into, you have a small amount of money, you've decided I'm going to quit my job and become a full-time trader. That small amount of money, maybe you've been defining your risk well over the last 2 years, and it's streamlined. And little do you know, you've only been trading. You haven't thought about this. You've only been trading a bull market the last 2 years. Okay, and you're so wildly successful, and let's say you have $20,000 and you're returning, I don't know, 2 or 3% day trading futures in a bull market. And so you're like, I can live off of that. I could pay my family. And so you're just streamlining everything for the conditions that have existed up until the current point. And then you add all that pressure and the market changes. And you're now no longer in a bull market, you're in a bear market. And all of your strategies don't work out. What are you going to do? You have the added pressure of having to make it. So you're going to put the gas on when you shouldn't put the gas on. You're not going to be familiar with what's happening in the market, right? And meanwhile, you explain to your friend, "Oh, look, I'm only going to get better if I do this full time. It's just going to get easier because I'm going to be devoted full time to the markets, learning." But meanwhile, you're not considering the pressure of trading full time. You're not considering the pressure of exposure. You're not considering that markets change, right? Do you know every single bull market, people quit their jobs and become full-time traders? And it's super common. Super, 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 super common. We saw it in crypto, right? Oh, I'm a genius. I'm in a bull market. They quit their jobs. I'm a mini hedge fund. Yeah, okay. All because they've seen one cycle. One 2-year cycle of a bull market. And then the bear market comes and nobody can make any money. And they're like, dang it, I live in the US, I can't incorporate. I can't short these damn markets. If I could short, I'd be making money. Probably not, but okay. You can't short the market. and you think, crypto, my returns are, boy, 40% per month. That's not normal. These are parabolic bull markets, and you're all going to get wrecked because that's not normal, and it's not going to continue. But growth story. It's the future. All right, go look at Tesla. Go look at Nvidia. Go look at all the tech growth names. Now, go back and watch all my old weekly stock review videos. Go watch them all, my friends. They're old. When I used to do them on YouTube. And I'd put the weekly charts of all this tech-ish up. And I talk about moving averages and how they were all overextended. And how I said, for every one of them, it never ends well. This is as old as the hills. And everyone's like, but it's going up. I'm like, yep. And it ain't going to end well for a lot of this tech. It's just how it is. Y'all have been trading a 2-year cycle and you're brand new to this game. But, and now tech is in the dumps. It's not about me calling market tops. It's just about knowing investing is as old as tulip mania. Go look it up. Go look up tulip mania. Just read about it. Right? Read about the Dutch and what they did and parabolic tops and cycles, psychology of investment trading cycles. This has all happened before and it's going to continue to happen. Right? It's why people who've been trading a while stopped buying Bitcoin above a certain price. Weren't surprised when it crashed from 20 to 3K. These are normal things. Not surprised when it broke 9K that it went to 50K. Like, can I call every top and bottom? Hell no, I can't. But if you've been doing this for a while, you know that all of these moves are unsustainable. Yes, you'll have the occasional outlier where you can all point and say, but Amazon, but Microsoft. Yeah, with the hindsight of 30 years, MFers. Hindsight. The 1 in 1,000. But look at all the stock. The stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. That's why Buffett is one of the richest men alive, because he gets it on the higher time frames. Right? He gets it. But most of all of you guys that are trying to time it short term, man, it is hard. There's a reason why these numbers like 95% are thrown about. 95% of day traders fail. Because this is a zero-sum game. Somebody is making money off of your loss. And those people have more education, more resources than you do. Which is why I spend so much time looking for trap traders. Because that's what they do. They got to play against the weak money. So, anyway. I think I have it figured out. Kind of, sort of. And I do, with day trading. I do. But it ain't easy. The solution is not a moving average crossover. Right? It's not a bid volume ask ratio fancy pants scalping Mick Jigger thing indicator. It's not a simple footprint chart. No, it's context, context, context. And knowing which tool as a surgeon to use under the certain... If a surgeon only used one tool, all his patients would be bloody messes. Sorry for the really nasty sounding analogy, but that is the truth. All right? Surgeons have to know which tool to use under different conditions. And some of you are really great at, I don't know, I use these analogies all the time. Some of you are really great naturally at playing basketball, right? Because you got really good fine motor skills. Maybe you have some hops, and naturally, you're quicker than everybody. But it doesn't mean you're going to win championships. It just means maybe naturally you play well. Now, are you again going back to the whole bull market analogy? Are you playing only in a bull market? Are you playing only in volatility? Does your strategy only work in volatility? Right? And then when the market shifts, you're like, I don't know what to do. My blind mean reversion scalping strategy stopped working, so I don't know what to do. You know, wide stops and close profit takers no longer is working for me. Damn it! The market's starting to trend for longer periods of time. They go take my stop, then they reverse it. Well, guess what? Markets are not going to remain highly volatile for a long time either. That's going to change, right? Do you have enough of an arsenal to continue playing? Anyway, I need to get off the pulpit. I'm depressing myself. Oh, this is the time to ask. Hey, if you're watching, please like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah. See you next week, Alfred. Have a good one. Dollars to donuts. That's good advice. Hmm. Um, so HK Brick asks, are those weekly developing profiles on the right side? So this right side is the session profile. If we scroll this chart all the way down, you're going to see two profiles, right? So this brighter profile is regular trading hours, and this less bright volume profile with deltas, net deltas at tick for the session inside of it, is the Globex profile. So this is looking back right here at the last Globex or overnight session. This is looking at the regular trading hours for the current session. Same thing with the NASDAQ here. So they're not but for the week, it's for the session. And then these colors here are just net deltas at tick for the session. So, you know, for price moving through this area here, from here to here, there's net buyers or aggressive buyers, right? Where more asks have been hit. And then from here to here, more sells have been hit. Okay? So you can kind of look at the developing POC here. Now you can overcomplicate this so quickly, and I think I won't even say what I'm about to say because I think I'm just talking out my behind. But anyway, POC right here, and then some negative delta below it, positive delta above it, positive delta. So negative delta below POC, positive delta below that, maybe to cover. Then a little lower, lots of negative delta stacking up through here, right? And then that's the range right now. So let's see. Let's go see what we can see. Yeah, all positive delta into the highs. See that? Positive, positive delta. So if this was all negative delta up here, if we came back to it, assuming that the deltas, when there's negative delta, there were passive buyers. When we came back to it, that maybe indicates that they were hitting the bids more aggressively, maybe the shorts, because they were hitting bids aggressively from this high all the way to here, if it was negative, like red, maybe we would then push into it and scream up to highs pretty fairly quickly. But instead, when we push back up into it, right into the positive deltas here, we sold off hard. So I don't know. That game is a little bit. I know a lot of people play that game with the deltas like that, but you're kind of assuming some linearity and consistency with how the deltas behave. So my advice, if you're going to use deltas like that, start early in the session and note the behavior of when there's aggressive buyers or sellers, does price move? And upon returning to that area during that same trading session, does it behave consistently for that day? Then maybe you can gain some edge about delta for that day. Because sometimes deltas behave the opposite of what I just described. And so if you can key in on that, if you're like a delta guy, like I love my deltas, like I just want to use deltas to trade, to scalp, to find trap. You need to ask yourself these questions about deltas every single day. Saclane Mateen says, ever thought of doing crypto live trading? No, I haven't. Just because I don't have time, but I don't know. I mean, you're really asking, would I consider it? Not really. I'm not. I'm just gonna do futures trading. But I was one hell of a crypto trader. Ask anybody that used to trade with me. They're like, who's that? Well, I don't know if that they want to be known, but yeah, crypto was. Well, this is 2016-17. It was an easy game. Easy game. Early 2018 was okay. But, once you have a kid, the game changes. Anyway, rule of 3 on highs here today. Let's take a look here. Like, what? Rule of, well, what? Rule of 3, here. You would expect another tap of this trend line. Right there. We're building. There's stops here, right now. There's stops above this level. Ledge, right there. We're building. Path of greatest pain, up. Alright. Shift F9. Back it up. Into the ledge. Now we have resistance here from this candle here where we couldn't push up and we sold into it. So probably some short-term profit taking here. Let's see. That's the first touch. Now let's consider how much volume, right? It's this wide. How much volume here, right? It's this wide. All right. So not even equal highs to this candle yet. A little bit of initiative right here. You see that? The delta's getting red. Foomp. Some traders going, get me out of here. Maybe some short-term traders from here going new highs. Well, I'll just take profit. Yeah. But also this right here. This little volume node. Some trapped longs. They're allowing these trapped longs to get out before break even potentially. Maybe they're buying here as these trapped longs exit. And then they keep pushing for the trend line. That would make sense. Up here on this candle. Who knows? Right? We have a trend line down here now. So maybe this candle gets it, and then whoop, back up. I still think the path of greatest pain is here. But right now, this is going to act like, oops, little resistance short term. Broke the range longs just took profit. Maybe some trap traders, some price action traders getting long here. All right, maybe the price or the PATS, price action traders, taking second entry shorts here. Maybe. Appraiser guy asks, how come sometimes you see downward flushes with little or no negative delta? Because they're pulling the bid. And that's where if you look at a DOM, you'll just see it. You'll see pulling stacking going on, right? Maybe it's a news event. So they can pull and stack those orders very quick and hit asks as stops get triggered into the market. So let's say you're a market maker, right? You're short, net short, right? You're providing liquidity for this upside move. You're net short today. But you have these high frequency trading algorithms that are co-located with the CME server. And then we get a news event and the bid falls away. Everyone's like, I don't want to bid anymore. Okay? Meanwhile, there's traders who are long who have stops in the market. And so as the bid falls away and some people sell into that, stops are triggered and large market orders come into the market. Whoosh. Now on the CME, these market makers who are flashing, pulling and stacking and lifting that in real time, they get a de-risk and provide liquidity at tick. So they're like, oh gosh, how do we define this? They're like these little, man, I can't even, they're like these lightning fast birds that are like coming in and like snatching orders out of the air. And so as the orders fall into their bids, boom, they're big orders, they're stops. So the market's still moving down, but they're moving down, and as these orders come in, they fill everything on that level, and then the HFTs go whoosh, and they smack it down. They lift those asks, those limit orders that are on the book, and whoosh, immediately, before you even see it, sometimes on your screen, they've already lifted that ask and put positive delta on that level. But they're too fast. So you dear trader with your 30 ms refresh rate can't even see it. It's too fast for you. So that happens, right? So it could be a, news event. Something like that. Happens all the time. Yeah, I want to get short again here. But the problem is, despite wanting to get short, oh Nikes, let's just do it. All right, let's. Hold on. Let's go. We'll just move this all back here. Yeah, I like that stop. It's fine. Little volume here. Only reason I like getting short here is because of what I talked about earlier in the day. Might seem fairly. Oh, hold on. It might seem fairly prophetic. There's just a news event going off. Hold on. I hate when you get a move like that, and I'm getting signals that there's news happening. Important, yeah, global times. Let's see, U.S. crude oil futures. Save the bleeding industry dragged down by the epidemic. Anyway. The reason I like getting short right now instead of buying dips, and I might look like an idiot here short term, is because of the Elliott wave today. Again, just keeps me out of buying the dip that keeps dipping. We'll see. How bouncy is it, right? We bounce all the way up here. It's probably a good sign for bulls. We don't. We just keep liquidating down. You don't want to get in front of it. So that's a price action thing, right? You don't want to get in front of this if you don't have any bounce. But you go take out this low, come all the way back into range. Yes, this breakdown point is a level at which you can maybe scalp short, but it's not a good sign for bulls or bears that we can come all the way back into range. This is it. So anyway, whatever. That was a lucky exit here. Very lucky. Anyway, let's go look at the chat here. Hey, thank you, Appraiser Guy. I really appreciate having you here. Your questions always lead to me instead of, because I'm here for hours sometimes, right? Just walking on my treadmill, doing my, mega time on this treadmill here. There's moments where I'm like, time to cut it down. Maybe I'll go trade E-minis. I'm talking myself out a little bit. And then your questions, you come in, you ask a good question, and then I can talk for a little while, and then I get to think about things too, right? And that's why I pause a lot while I talk. I'm like, I gotta think about what it is that your question leads me to, right? Where otherwise maybe I wouldn't be thinking about it. I'm like, this is old hat for me. But I realize that some of you it's not old hat for you, right? So you're like, hey, keep talking about that. That's the first time I've heard it. Or, I need to be reminded of this because I think I learned about that in trading for like 6 months ago or something. And that was the first time I heard it then, but here you are talking about it. And boy, that helps me. So, hey, if it helps you, just if you could, like it. Like the channel. Like what you hear. Like the feed, and that helps me a little bit. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that reversal. So anyway, so you learned something, right? My squawk went off here and doesn't often go off. And I just immediately got out. You're like, don't trade the news, you idiot. All my furus tell me don't trade the news. Okay. Okay. It will save your ass, but okay. No, I didn't have a bias. I just wanted to get flat. It's kind of like Fed Day. If you're the idiot furu, sorry if you're the idiot furu. I apologize for insulting you. But if you're the idiot furu that says, I only trade price, and you're not trading on the Fed, liar. But, well, it's just volatile on that day. Well, you're trading news, aren't you? You're anticipating the news is going to have a reaction. But it's the Fed. We make an exception for that. Oh, so you do trade the news sometimes. Come on. Can you just be a little less simple? Can you just say something like, I mostly don't trade the news, but there are events in the news that are tradable, and I trade them. that's a little more realistic and honest. Rather than being a simpleton and repeating mantras like, I don't trade news ever, because I'm a TA purist. You lying SOB. Yes, you do. Well, I don't make directional trades, I just stay out. Sitting on your hands is a position. Cash is a position, MFer. God, I love to rant. Just when I hear people like that, then they have a lot to offer on the technical side. I throw up in my mouth every time. I'm like, God, you inconsistent person, you. I know we're all imperfect human beings that are illogical from time to time. But if you trade for a living, you would think some of these people would think a little more carefully about what they keep repeating and haven't thought through very carefully. Like 1 + 1 = 3. I don't use the news. Meanwhile, I saw someone yesterday. So I watch, in my spare time, I watch YouTube videos, and I heard somebody say this yesterday. I don't trade the news. Meanwhile, on his chart, built into his Ninja platform, is a news feed. And he purposely put that study to look at news. He says, I don't trade news. Why do you have it on your chart then? I'm guessing they would say, well, let me clarify. If there's a big news event, then maybe I'll get out of the market. Oh, you do trade the news because cash is a position. So then say that. Don't mislead everybody and say, I don't trade news ever. Because really what you want people to do is you want them to only listen to your TA that you're selling. Because you don't want everybody considering the bigger picture. Because if they consider the bigger picture, their focus and attention gets pulled from your ultra TA focus. And you, insecure person, all you want is for someone to put all their trust into your system. Because you're insecure about losing sales to your technical analysis. That's what it's about. That's why I throw up in my mouth a little bit every time I hear one of these dumb MFers say, I don't trade news. Anyway. I still watch some of these people that sell these services. Because, everybody, not everybody, a lot of people still have, just because I disagree with you on some things doesn't mean I can't learn from you on some other areas. Come on. Life is more complicated than that, right? Just because I disagree with somebody on one point of view doesn't mean I can't open my ears and listen to them, teach me wisdom, teach me something that I don't know, right? Right? Maybe you're I don't know, a Bufflican, right? Let's say that's a new political group that I hate. You're a Bufflican, a Buffaloican. And I hate Buffaloicans. Well, you know what? Just because your political ideology is generally different from mine doesn't mean you still can't drop knowledge bombs on me. So, So some of you Furus, you're still smart, but in that area, you're not. So, anyway, NRAT. What service are you using for news alerts? So I'm using just TweetDeck, Twitter, and then a little bit. Mine like a parachute. Operates best when open. Yeah, buddy. Chirp. Drop it like it's hot. I love it. And then a little bit of toss, and that's about it. Just major stuff. So I don't. Someone asked me this in a previous stream. Who was it? Can't remember. But they asked me, and I just said sort of the same thing, which is I'm really more concerned about major news events, not all the little things throughout the day. Like, I don't know, this stock is getting news and that one's getting news. I mentioned to you guys the other day that I have Toss, Thinkorswim open, and I have a 6 chart setup on Thinkorswim. I'll show that to you guys real quick here, I think, without outing my account. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me here. Yeah, I think we're good here. Okay. I think it'll show up. Let's see. So I had to move OBS now. So I don't really know what's previewing into YouTube. Let me move this around. All right, here it comes. I'm going to try and get this in without showing... God, it's a dangerous thing I'm doing. Without showing account numbers and stuff. Here. Getting closer. Closer. Oh, there's my account number. Okay, no. Nope. There. Okay. Yeah. So up here on the left is Apple, then Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Amazon here, Tesla, and then NVIDIA. The time in sales is filtered, my friend, but that's okay. God, market just keeps moving in the direction. And here I am, just not holding. So am I trading the right way? So anyway, I have these charts up like nonstop. So I see these on my screen. So I know how Apple's moving. I know how Microsoft is moving. I know where resistance is for each of those. Blah, blah, blah. Right? I know where participants for each of those are likely to try and take profits. Those help quite a bit. I mean, or not those. Yeah, I guess those 6 charts, they help quite a bit for me. All right, let's get this back where it's supposed to be. Turn on OBS. Here's my original target. Is the dip incoming? Yeah, sure. So we're on this prior support. Remember what we said about location, location, location? Now, all the retail people, are you going to buy here as we go into these highs here? These what were highs before. So let's see. Let's see. We're into the low volume node here. We often get first bounces. There's some liquidity on the NAS right below us. Let's see. First touches. First touches. Like, but you're doing what you said not to do. Well, first touch principles. Let's see. Volume. The bar getting thicker on the NAS. We tried. It didn't bounce. That's fine. So there's this thing, which is, you see this DevPoc down here? Lots of traders want to buy DevPoc. And so because they want to buy DevPoc, they sit here and they wait to buy DevPoc, right? And so when there's no liquidity on the book like this, what these traders are going to end up doing is, as the HFTs come in and buy this and it bounces and the HFTs are going to quickly sell that bounce, some of these players are going to move their bids up and they're going to try to get in, they're going to chase. And this is going to bounce hard, okay? And I missed it. That's okay. it's going to bounce hard. I get these more than half the time, and I do them right, but I didn't do this one right. I moved my so I took early profit on one, and then because I knew I'd get it. Well, knew, the relative thing. Um, and then I moved the other trailer up, and then that got taken out. But typically, what happens, you get one, and then it comes back, and then it zooms up like it does right now, and then you get like these zero prints filling up here. And then all these chasers from POC, they start chasing up because they're like, I missed my POC buy. Damn it. It bounced above POC. The HFTs come in, then they sell it. You see this in real time? The HFTs came in above the POC buyers because there's so many POC players out there. And then they sell it, right? And they're trying to induce these guys to buy up here. And if they can move, these people that want to buy POC can buy up here, they'll then sell it and find all the stops below POC. So it's a short-term little POC play, POC. Trap traders, guys. If you know how the retail mind works, so what I'm doing there, is it all sentiment? Is it all playing against the dummies? Yeah, it's kind of a game, short-term game. So the best plays, Dero, are these. But I can't explain those in real time quickly. So like the move's already happened, it's already coming down again, right? Anyway, if you guys like what you're hearing, please like. You want to hear more? Like, subscribe. Get me plugging my channel. But I'm here. I'm here for the YouTube algorithm and for good times with you guys. For all the same reasons. It's a plethora of reasons why I'm here. I am curious about this whole YouTube. There's some people on YouTube, they make bank. I'm never gonna make bank on YouTube because I'm spitting too much like realistic-ish. So I know I'm never gonna make bank, but I am curious about all this stuff. Like really curious. Yeah, dollars to donuts. They help for scalpers. Here comes the POC flush, watch. You're like, if you know the POC flush is coming, get short. Yeah, you could if you're going to micro scalp all this. Like really quick stuff here. Maybe here, like that. Try. But you got to be like this. So if you're wrong about the short-term momentum, you want to just be like, I'm wrong. Right? Oh, it's going to bounce up and get me? Yeah, it might. There's 25 lots sitting there. Probably will get me. So then you say, what? I'm going to move it up? It's one of those things. Little liquidity sitting there on POC. They going to get them again? Right? Sushi Boy's going to go sell all that whole level underneath? Yeah, probably. Probably going to go get all the liquidity and then the 100 lots underneath. Oh, no, I'm wrong. There you go. So, I don't know. It might still go down and get them all. I still think it's going to go get them. Let's see. Poor location. Piss the profits away. Put my money where my mouth is, even with the micros, right? Okay, so POC is down here. All right, let's do this. Can we improve our risk reward on this trade? Now, tighter the stop, the higher probability of getting stopped out on noise. That's the truth. Ain't that the truth? So how many times are you going to play on a tight stop? 3 times, lose 3 points or 6 points, and then your one winning trade is going to be a 2-hour trade for 4. That doesn't work out. Trading is hard. Anyway. 39.86, 39.78. Any interest? I don't know. Let's see. Now you're fishing. You're fishing for info. I don't know. What do you mean? Do you think one day there won't be any what? do you think? Okay, Kimster, it's all good. Oh, I'm stopped out again. See, now I'm having a losing day. Oh well. Hey Dero, I'm really curious why you think they're interesting. You're like, I was drunk typing. Don't trade, Kimster. Uh, Dero, um, Dero's gonna say because TikTok said those were important. Okay. No, I don't know. That's a guess. But the way you ask it makes me think somebody told you they were important. So you're looking for some sort of confirmation from me. But I'm curious why you're asking. So before I answer, Bing. Riding up straight to the top. 1226 M period. Make your money fast. Period. Incoming. Appraiser guy. What's up, dude? Why would you look at a DOM or the footprint to identify a candle that has two-way trades? Wait, would you look at a DOM or the footprint to identify a candle that has two-way, excuse me, two-way trades within it? I heard someone say today something about way volume today. I wasn't fishing for info. Haha. Just a few unfinished auction there and a high volume node. In my head, there's a big player that forced the market up to melt later on. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So I looked at it while you were talking about it. It's the overnight session. Um, right there at 39.70, we had a poor low in the overnight session. So it looks like this, right? Oops. You know what? I just realized something. I need to take this whole thing. Sorry. I need to take this whole chart and just put it on the chart. So I have a screen for that. Here, TPO charts. There you go. There it is. All right. So, sorry, in the overnight, in the European session, we had this poor low, and sellers got trapped here. Gabriel pointed it out almost in real time. Selling shut off. Yeah. So short squeeze kind of day. Anyway. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. So yeah, it is of interest, this whole area. And it's of interest down here. So two poor lows, right, in consecutive sessions. 39.57 and right down here again at 39.68. And then the open, right? Which happens to be point of control. I'm going to get stopped. Which happens to be point of control right here for the European session. Just a little bit of buying gets all these folks trapped. Here's the question. What if I take this and instead of stopping out, I move my stop and I say, well, I'm going to get in here, right? So I'm going to make my loss big. That's fine. Can we get out by making our loss bigger? That is the question. Here, let's change this stop loss. Now look. Isn't this funny how this works out? Where about you're wrong. There you go. Flatten it here. Okay. Where about you're wrong is... So you're wrong in here. You all have stops here, right? I don't try to do this on stream very much, but, you know, I did it. So you're all wrong above here. It's the place to enter new positions for the pullback if you're scalping. It's what it is. Again, all you guys like to breakout trade the new highs, and that's where they take profit, is into you guys. And then they try to stop you out and then keep rotating. But enter on everybody's stops, because you could see stops were going to get hit. And mine would have gotten hit. I moved them up, right? And then I went bigger here, right in this zone. And then I was able to get out for a small win, right? So there are little ways that if you're managing your risk appropriately, you can stay in a position and scalp around a position. And it's one of the reasons you go, so if you go change your chart, hold on. If you go, I was thinking of just putting it onto sim and demonstrating all of this. I don't think I want to do that. If you go change your chart, and you just put it on sim, and then you go into your chart settings, and you go to what panel is it? The trading tab in the chart settings. I think it's let's just find. I'm really bad at this stuff. Okay, yeah, it's trading. So we're in the trading tab. And then you go open position average price. And you go use first in, first out, fill matching for open positions average price. Change this to use theoretical position average price. Apply it. Okay? We're going to try something using our supreme scalping skills. All right, let's see. Which direction do we see? I think it's going here. I have to be filled for 2, damn it. There we go. 3. All right, here. Nope. If we get it wrong, we're wrong, but that's... Come back up. Come back up. Come back up. Come back up. Oh, are we down 2? No, we're not. Okay. 2. All right, so watch if this one fills up here. Probably not going to fill, but watch this price move down. I think I was wrong. We'll see. Trying to demonstrate something live here. All right. Here, we'll do this. You could do it. Come on. All right. All right. You see how this quantity 1 moved down? That's my average position now. Okay? You see that? It's my average position. So let's say I'm long 10 contracts here, and I take 8 off way up here. This average position is going to move way down here. And you can just keep an open position, scalping in the direction. Hold on. There we go. We're flat. All right. Scalping in the direction of the trend. What? So essentially, it's calculating your profit, then subtracting that profit from your open position to give you a new average theoretical position. That's all it's doing. So if you want to be long, you're like, I'm going to buy. And let's say your max position side. I'm just going to say, this is not what it is for me, but I'm saying you can say my max position size at any one time is 40 contracts, and my max loss for my account is 5 points on that 40 contracts. So 200 points, whether it be micros or minis or whatever. You still have a stop loss in, and the stop loss has to be hard. But if you want to scalp around a position and try to ride trend, having this tool on in Sierra chart and always keeping an open position in the direction of the trend, this is how you set Sierra chart to pay attention to that. And it's why I was demonstrating it on the way down maybe a week and a half ago, right? You get long 10, 15 contracts, and then the bounce 6, 7, 8, 9 points, whoosh, back to 2. Now your theoretical average price is way down in the cellar somewhere. So you're comfortable being long still while the market's declining and you think you may have found a bottom. Well, you can let it run. And the software is telling you that, yeah, maybe you're right about that position because here's your new average price. And you can comfortably look at it and go, okay, that's my position. That's where I'm going to essentially break even, right around that zone, right? So anyway, it's kind of cool. Wait, you don't see it? Fuck. I should look at my... Sorry. I just got in and out of micros for you guys like an idiot right here. See this? Oh, I'm so sorry. Dang it. Dang it, man. Okay. So essentially, here's what happened. Oh, man. All right. I shorted these two. I'll have to re-explain everything. Sorry. All right. I shorted down here. Okay? These guys. As price went up here, I shorted this. I covered here to here. It was first in, first out, and so it shows that these contracts were covered at a loss, but I shorted many more up here. I think I was short 8 or 9 micros into this level. And that's where I talked about entering, where everybody's stopping out, and that sometimes you can get away with a losing position from here if you still have a short bias here, and you just think this is a stop run, you can enter, and then you can get out of the whole position, say right in here. And then in here, I went long 3 contracts, and I switched the chart settings, which I hem and hawed over, and I said go to trading tab here. Here's trading tab. Yeah, but not everybody's going to get it, Chirp Tone. Not everybody's going to get it, so I'll go over it again. So I went up to the trading tab over here. There's a little asterisk in this sweet new menu of Sierra charts, which I like them. I like my dark theme too. My dark theme looks nice. Doesn't it look nice? Anyway, I think it looks nice. So you go to the trading tab, and then instead of open position, use first in, first out for open position average price. You use theoretical. And if you use theoretical, as you lock in profits, your average position price here, I'm trying to figure out which way the market's going to go right now. I'm gonna try and demonstrate it. See how this moves down as I fill? Ah, I had too many contracts in. Damn it! I'm supposed to have one in. Anyway, as you lock in profit, the theoretical average price moves down. And so as you lock in a few ticks, a few ticks, a few ticks, and you want to stay long, scalping the. I was trying to stay one contract long, but I was clicking too many times. Looking at the chat, getting a little off balance. Anyway, your average price moves down because of profit, and that's your break even. And so then you could stay long. You're like, oh, well, it looks like it's going to break up again, so then you buy again here. Then it breaks up here, so you buy 3, and it breaks up, and you sell 2, right? And because you sell 2, this moves down some more. And then your average price is down here, right? And then your ultimate stop is somewhere here. So that tool, right, in profit, right? In profit. So that tool, what it does is it allows you to keep track of your position profit, right? And again, that's the that's all I was trying to show you guys. But I was also trying to show you that you can be wrong short term about a position and know where to enter the market, that where the stops are and where you likely get a pullback. So I know that I can short this area and get out on the pullback back into stops in this zone. And you're like, you know? That's the difference between an experienced trader and a non-experienced trader. And I could still be wrong and it could take my stops and you have a bigger loss. But that's where experience in the market comes into play. And a lot of traders should not be doing that. Just shouldn't. So, anyway. I'm going to have my all-time smallest profit on this stream. 6 times 2, 12. 12 times 5, 60. $72 profit on the live stream today. Bet you that gets the least amount of views. Whatever. Or not. I wouldn't be in for the profit. I'd be in for the knowledge. See, look. What losers. Tiny winner. Tiny winners. Big loser. Look. Tiny winner. Tiny winner. Itty bitty winner. Itty bitty winner. Itty bitty winner. Big loser. Look. Is this all our trading today? Yeah, that's it. Tiny winner. High win rate. Oh, look at this. This got crunched. High win rate. Very low risk reward trading here. Very low. Not great. Right? Should hold it and let it become a bigger winner. 3R trade. Would I have made more by, let's see, buying a few? 2 times, I don't know, 10 points, 20 points? Yeah, maybe. Definitely. Or can I scalp more size and turn over my trade, my edge more often? That is the question. On a day like today, no, you don't scalp more on size and turn over your edge. You do it in volatility where you're good. Days like today, you learn to sit on your hands. Mm-hmm. 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 Little liquidity up there. Little liquidity up there. They paid up a little bit. That 100 lots just paid up. That's interesting. There you go. Now we're seeing the action. Right. So now we're long 1. Right? Just because we got long 3 here and then, or whatever it was, 4 or whatever. But now it says our average price is down here. In reality, have we closed some profit? Yes. But what's remaining in the P&L is this. See how it's shifting? So now, if you want, so on my DOM, it shows my my entry was 40.6275. Here it's showing 40.60, right? Really what that is the entry from here and then taking profit here. And we locked in, I don't know, 3 points or something. 2.5 points. So, what can you do? You can go up here, enter in a stop there, and now your trade could be a winner overall. And let it run a little bit. What's my take on Renko bars? I don't know. Kimster, I know you're drunk, and I answered your Renko bar question a few days ago already, so you can go back and watch that video when you get a chance. Don't curse me out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. Da. Bing! All right, there's our runner. Mm-hmm. All right, we can turn this off now. Whatevs. It's all good, Kimster. I drunk bought Litecoin back in, I don't know, 2016. It was my worst crypto trade of all time. Someone asked me about crypto. I was the breakout in Litecoin. I have all of the documentation from Coinbase to prove it. All of it. I drunk bought Litecoin early in the morning, or maybe late at night for me, in my robe after 2 bottles of wine, in my trading, just in my robe. TMI, I know. Robe, underwear, 2 bottles of wine. Was trading crypto. I'm on Whale Pool, okay? If you guys don't know what Whale Pool is, it's a TeamSpeak server. They got some other stuff too, but it used to be pretty big in the early days of crypto. I was on Whale Pool, and CoinRun screams, and I'm drunk. Litecoin is breaking out! And I think he was cracking a joke. I'm drunk, so I don't know. So what do I do? And I had a good sized GDAX. It was GDAX back then, I think. Account. So what do? I type in like 5,000 or 6,000 Litecoin. I just hit market buy. Didn't look at liquidity. Didn't look at what was resting. Nope, just the stupid market buy button because CoinRun screamed Litecoin's breaking out. Now, in reality, going back looking at the chart, Litecoin went from 407 to 420 something. You know what I caused it to do? It went from 442 on GDAX straight up to $6 and something cents because of my market buy. I got the proof. It went straight up. There was hardly any asks on GDAX on Litecoin at the time. It collapsed straight back down to about 470. Meanwhile, I hear everybody, TeamSpeak, Whale Pool. Whoa! They're going for it on coin. It was just a one time. It was me. I'm sitting there like screaming, clapping. Yeah, I'm doing it. And I'm not thinking, I'm drunk, I'm not thinking, I was the wick and I'm down 25, 30% immediately. It didn't even register to my brain yet. I'm piss poor. I'm drunk. So it collapses, and then I just see what's happening, and I'm like, why does my account fucking show it's worth this much? And I'm like, you get that feeling of like, uh-oh, I think I just recognized what's going on, and you're like, all the blood rushes to your face, and you're like, damn it, what did I just do? Oh, I just hit the market buy button. Look at this market. Going for it. Into the close. Nobody knows. Into the close. Oh, yeah, yoy. Really? I couldn't get that, Phil? You bastards. All right. There we go. That's a good exit right there. In that moment, all right. So that was the murder. I'll go there, guys. So into that moment, I'm thinking to myself, what the hell did I just do? And how did I just have my worst trading day in 10 seconds? Drunk trading. So I stayed up all night. Well, I stayed up until about 4 a.m. that night. I made coffee. I ate food. I got rid of my drunk mind. And then I sold everything that night. All my Litecoin, because it's, breakout trades, right? Everyone's bullish Litecoin now, so they're all buying. And I may have helped encourage buying of Litecoin because I'm stuck in a long position, right? This is, trading. Anything, right? What's his name? What does Mark Douglas say about trading? Anything can happen anywhere in the world to negate your edge, right? I was the butterfly that accidentally flapped its wings and caused Litecoin to go absolutely batshit crazy that night. And what did I do? I encouraged the heck out of everybody to go buy Litecoin on Whalepool. I kept it in the conversation until everybody was getting long Litecoin. Why? Because I had an interest in selling. So I do understand the predatory wolf mentality. You know what I did? Again, harkens back to trap traders and stupidity. I sold all my Litecoin before going to bed at break even. And I slept like a baby. I slept like a MFing baby. So happy. And you know what? I woke up at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I wonder where that market is. I'll bet you it's in the shitters. Litecoin was at $9.30. My average price was $5.70, $5.80, something like that. I got some big fills up there. I wanted to throw my fucking monitor through the window. I was so angry. Those kind of lessons are invaluable because all in one night, you get to see fear, FOMO, greed, manipulation, human nature, selling break even, unintended trader causing a breakout, the breakout continuing without my support. It lit the fire. I was just a spark. So all you guys who are like, oh, manipulation, Goldman wants it up. You guys don't know. You're like, oh, no, you don't know. I heard 100 different reasons after the fact why Litecoin went to $9 that night. Okay? From they're mining it in China. Chinese miners want to unload their coin, right? Insiders knew Litecoin was added to Amazon or going to be added to Amazon. Oh no, Litecoin was going to be added to Overstock. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, I know why Litecoin broke out on Coinbase, on GDAX, and it had absolutely nothing to do with any insider information. Okay? Anyway, you don't know when you start coming up with your crazy little theories about why the market moves the way it does. Eh. The most predictable thing that we have in this market are traders reacting around volume, demonstrating that they are trapped. That's it. And then you couple that with news and sentiment, and you get a good idea of how traders are reacting around volume. Are they really, really, really uncomfortable or not? Anyway, here we are, into the close. What do you guys want to do? You want to go long, short? What? Last 5-minute candle. Now you learn something about me and crypto. The Litecoin breakout trader. I'm an idiot. Don't trade drunk. Short? Yeah, I feel you. Overhead supply now? You know what's interesting about the volume profile for today is that when you look at it, we got a whole lot of overhead supply right now below us. Short NAS, long ES. I like it, my friend. NAS likely to outperform. What if the NAS rips and the ES rips, but the NAS rips more because it's more sensitive to the underlyings? I don't know. NAS is a lot stronger right now, by the way. Just letting you know. Oh boy. Kilo Man 191. Let's go. Take it to the house. Let's do this straight down. Oh, dollars to donuts? There's a question up higher? Let's see. Oh, it says probably a dumb question, but I assume you trade the full-size minis this same way. Yeah, well, no, not quite. I mean, fairly similar. Same ideas, same concepts. I'm over here in what I consider the ishiest trading time, where there's a lack of momentum. So when I get on YouTube, and people don't like to hear this, when I get on YouTube and I trade in front of you guys, most of the time, I think it's the worst time to trade, which is why I don't want to be trading and losing my shirt. You're like, but you're profitable on your YouTube videos. Yeah, but I'm much more... God, this just sounds bad. I'm much more profitable off camera in the morning. It is what it is. You don't like it? It's fine. Believe me or not, say what you want. Because I think this... Part of why I come on is I like talking about markets. I like talking to you guys. I like sharing alpha. I like hearing what you guys have to say. But it also keeps me sitting on my hands or walking distracted, and not trading. It's an easy way for me to not trade. Otherwise, I'm sitting in the office going twiddle dee, twiddle dum. Right? Here comes settlement. Settlemente. Settlement below us. Let's see. 15 seconds left. Watching it. Watching it. Watching it. Watching it. You're like, why did you take that short? That's a settlement mean reversion thing. So when you have a development of settlement that is likely not going to move based on the footprint, and we go above it, we usually mean revert down to it. So you can likely take a long here back to settle. Ah, it's too fast. I'm too slow. I missed my long. Damn it. Right there, you can take a long back to settlement. Settlement's concentrated here, and it's a 40th percentile settlement, middle of the road, but you just get where players are positioning already in quantity here, and any move higher typically results in moves right back to settlement. You can kind of see it on the bookmap style chart, but I don't have that on screen. Right? So let me put the chart title on it so that you guys can actually see it on the screen here. It's right here. See that? So this move here, right? Oops. This move here. So this is already developing settlement, right? And so settlement lines here in real time. Now, these are volume bars, right? And so when we get the move up, you can short it for a mean reversion trade back here. Why? Because it's already developing this node here. And so any quick movement usually results in profit taking right back to settlement line. So there's all these little mean reversion settlement trades. So we'll likely push all the way back up to settlement here. Now that I say it, it won't happen, but it often does. Just letting you guys know. Let you know. Alright, all these little bubbles here acting like resistance here short term. You want a micro scalp, right? Scalp it like that. See that? Bubble trading. What? Oscillation. Where's the scalp? Here to there? You're out for a few ticks. You're already out. You gotta be quick. Alright, hey, Shift F9. Get this off the screen. Get this garbage off the screen here. I got too many screens. Not too many. They're good for me, but that's why, like, you guys think I'm just looking at what you're looking at, but I'm not, so it's too hard for me to move this around in real time. And then every time I have too much on my screen, some person says, Mike, you have way too many screens. I can't see everything. You YouTube noob streamer, why the heck are these fonts so stinking tiny? You idiot. Don't you know that this stream is all about me? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll give you one little footprint and that's it. Otherwise, everyone complains. I get it. Y'all don't have 49-inch monitors. Sorry. So I try to split everything up into different screens while at the same time not impairing my ability to look at rotations. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of the chart title on this one. See? Navigating this all in real time. It ain't easy, folks. Moving screens around, blah, blah, blah. Okay. VWAP? No, I don't see it. Alvaro? Dash instead of line. VWAP isn't up here. It's on another screen. VWAP's well below us. VWAP is 4036 ES and 12150 or so NASDAQ. Bu- 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 bu. Yeah, see, dollars to donuts, I am trading through the morning session too. And I'm not talking to anybody. I'm super ultra focused. I'm typically not, so sometimes I'm on my treadmill, and I'm trading in the morning and I'm scalping very quick. I'm typically in my office chair because I have better dexterity. Even though I can do it with the stream deck and get in and out and blah 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 if I want to scalp. In the morning when it moves really fast, I'm turning on the theoretical average price position. I'm getting into positions on a little bit of size, and then I'm writing it. And then I'm taking off. And then I'm reading the tape, order flow. I'm getting back in. So I'm doing a lot of things very fast. Very fast. Faster than I can ever explain them. I don't even want to be distracted with the stream. I don't want to record it. I don't want to look at anything. I don't want to risk my data stream or my data slowing down. Nothing. I'm dealing with, you know, the E-mini is what? 4,000 times 50, right? So 200,000, or what is that? 4,000. Yeah, $200,000 notional value times contracts. So you're dealing with millions of dollars. You don't want to be looking over at Kimster saying, I'm drunk typing right now. Ha ha ha. Right? Or somebody else going, how much did you make yesterday? I don't give two shits about that. I'm trying to feed my family, right? So, um, not interested in streaming in the morning. Now, if I was going to be focused on streaming and that's going to be my income and that's what I'm trying to build something, I would absolutely stream in the morning because that's when everybody wants to have somebody holding their hand or trading with them. I'm never going to do it. One of these days I will. One of these days. But I'm going to have the best sleep. I'm going to have to feel absolutely terrific, super confident. I'll have to have hit a home run in the first 20 minutes typically, and I'm just trading out of a lot of profit and feeling confident and feeling fast and sharp. But look, I only have so much brain power. I only have so many hands. I only have so many sets of eyes. I'm focused in the morning, not on shooting the shit with you guys and having a fun little conversation. I'm totally focused on how the heck am I going to trade this the best way I know how. So, yep. That's right. Dirk says, why don't you want to hold our hand at the open? I know you're kidding, man. Hey, Dirk, I don't know, one of you guys. Yeah, no. I don't even want to watch anybody at the open. I don't want to talk to anyone. On the Discord that I used to have I no longer have. I don't have the Discord anymore, but on the Discord, I never even got in on the open with other people. And if I did trade at the open, it was with one or two selected people. People who aren't emotional, people who aren't, shooting the whatever ish randomly, people who are not providing their signals that are always piss poor anyway. So it's very like, if I did once in a while, it was like with one or two pre-selected people, and even three became a crowd. So one other person, fine. Two gets noisy for me. So that's how I want it for the morning. I did it a few times, but I was the best trader of that small group of people, so it didn't really benefit. It really didn't benefit me to hear their perspective unless they're just pointing out something about a market that I'm not looking at and I could possibly take a trade. But even then, it was most of the time they weren't markets that I was trading anyway. So you have to do what pays the bills, and for me, that's what pays it. So, anyway, bam. Yeah, I was in privacy mode. I don't even want people seeing the last few digits, but I'm aware. You just click the expansion buttons, and then there's privacy. You do it for the options and all of that. Not interested in having people from anywhere seeing the account names, which are kind of included there. You got to be careful when you're trading multiple accounts that you don't out yourself or potentially somebody else's account, right? Anything that shows something visually, you just got to be careful with. Not because of you guys, right? It's because maybe I'm trading somebody else's account, maybe, right? See, I'm not going to admit to anything that is probably not true. Anyway, back to Settlemente here? Maybe. Anyway, let's see. What else? Hope you guys have a great weekend. I am heading to the coast for the weekend tomorrow early, so I won't be around. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. I have a wedding to go to this weekend, so I won't be posting any videos. But yeah, if any of you guys want to comment on some of my videos or something like that, happy to provide comments, especially on my phone when I'm bored, potentially at a wedding or doing something. I'm happy to make a quick reply, but that is about it. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. As usual, I really enjoyed your guys' comments, and I hope I didn't offend anybody with my some of my some of my rants about Furus and Buffaloicans, I think. That's not saying anything about my political leaning. It was just off the top. Not trying to make this a political channel, just using examples. And I hope that you guys didn't get wrecked on this trend day. It's just a hard day. Look, if you had a bad day today, on this mega rally day with some distributive chop up here at the top, just recognize that it's not, this kind of day is hard for everyone. Everyone. It's very rare. You're going to have someone on the internet, someone on FinTwit that called it, okay? But just because they called it one day does not make them, doesn't mean it's easy for them either. These kind of days are arbitrarily hard for everybody. So if you had a bad day today, don't worry about it. A lot of us struggled today to make sense of the market. And that is normal on a day like today, where you have, Elliott wave leading to a top that was, I guess, viable a few times, but it got choppy up there, and there was some profit taking up there. And, the close wasn't easy, right? Not at all. I mean, you saw momentum after the fact, and maybe you could chase it for a few points. But if you're going and randomly selling almost that new high up there, if you're taking a chance up there, selling it, and then if it works out in your favor, calling it I knew, well, you didn't know. You got lucky on a day like today, maybe selling before the new high, and then catching a move down. You were gambling a little bit into the close, and you were right today. Okay? Unless you predefined it and called it and gave reasons for why that would have rejected up there, don't be too happy with yourselves on a day like today. This market today was difficult and it was tough. So don't feel bad about maybe a subpar performance. If you didn't lose your shirt today, you did well. So anyway, all right. Anyway, Hashish del Dalbida. Hello, goodbye. I bid thee all farewell. Have a good one. Please like, subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it. All right. Have a good weekend.